Welcome back to Suzerain. Let's continue. Your President reign returns, or Lance in this case. Let's continue. I nearly snap my sunglasses every time I do that. But hey, let's enjoy it. Let's enjoy it. Hope everyone's had a good day so far. I hope if anyone was around, I did a little cooking stream earlier. And even though I know it's for a bit, I still wear the suit. Right, we haven't played in a little while, so I'm just rejogging my memory. For any voices, they've already been forgotten. So, whoops. Gonna give people a minute to kind of pop in. Because we have quite a few people. I've been quite looking forward to this stream. Right, read the report. Reform status. Lucian Galed reported that so far they've been able to get in total 142 signatures behind the proposal. Efforts are underway to increase the support and to reach out to necessary members to reach 150. Ooh. Our elected assembly has always been overshadowed. Geopolitical. Walker warns Vogslandia Navy over Hegeland dispute. Now, one thing that I got a lot of was I didn't necessarily do a lot of my own choices. I was looking at people's reports, other people's opinions. So I've been asked, can you do a bit more of your own take on it? So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go back in there. Wealth of Nations. Ooh, what's this? But look at that growth. Oh, you can't see the growth. Right. Sorry. Let me move that. Scooch it. Ah, my frame. No! That takes so long to align. Nope. That is most definitely not it. A little bit. Not it. Nope. The issue is I can't see it properly. There we go. Oh, no. That's not it. Yeah, that'll do. Alright, let me move these all down a little bit. Make them all like one group. Sorry about that. We're going. We are going. Right. Let's look at some of these reports. Governor Bron proposes dividing up communities in Bergia. General Staff gathers privatisation plan proposal. Van Horton wins election. Governor Bron. There we go. Through that. News. Congress boosting the economy. Central Bank Reinforcement Act. Health requires more resources. Hidden power of men in uniform. Rizio and Rumberg sign economic cooperation deal. Rumberg gains naval-based rights. Blackhaven. Oh, the opening of the H3! Yes! We're finally there! Request meeting of Osef and Sia. Ooh. See how that goes. Let's open. Oh, we're so close. Current proposal there. Fine. The opening of H3 Highway. Yes! Arriving in Blackhaven for the grand opening ceremony of the H3 Highway was a proud moment for all of us. Simon and Lilius, who heavily assisted the project, were with me along Lucian to decide on how to proceed tomorrow. Lucian stood up. First of all, congratulations, everyone. To many more projects like this, well done. We couldn't have done this without our excellent team. Indeed. Let's move on to our plans for the opening tomorrow. It's been a long time since the last successful infrastructure project. There is a good reason to capitalise on the occasion. I have a plan on how to do that. If Mr. President accepts, the drive from Blackhaven to Albury should do the trick. After the motorcade takes off, the road will be open to the public. What are your thoughts? I don't support anything beyond the opening ceremony. Actions speak for themselves. Involving the President could be beneficial for his image. I think so too. Mr. President? I'll probably just show the opening ceremony and sets the show. I agree, there's much to gain. I'll do that drive. Very well. Sounds good. It would display unity and strength if we were all together in the convoy. Additionally, a large crowd is invited for the ceremony and will be watching the opening speech. Nothing like a cheerful crowd. Look forward to it. We got opportunity for exposure, like the good campaign days. Guess we can't help it. Like the good campaign days. Things were certainly easier back then. Simon stepped in for a comment. On another note, it goes without mentioning that this was a team effort. Beginning with the President who put trust in me, I want to thank all involved in H3. Simon, you deserve a lot of credit after all. It was you came up with the project. Thank you, kind words. It was a good deal. Thank you. Deserve a lot of credit. Finally, people get what they wanted for a long time. We will need to show our best face tomorrow. I'll make sure that our focus on improving business and logistics is relayed to wherever necessary. Alright then, you have a lot of work to do. See you in the morning. See you in the ceremony, good night for now. Once again, good work everyone. The team left, leaving the rest of the evening to prepare for the big day tomorrow. The next day, a stage has been erected next to the entrance of the highway in the downtown. The calm and warm weather created a positive mood in the unusually breezy Lackhaven. The crowd was large, but still smaller than some rallies due to the strong PFJP presence here. People's Freedom of Justice Party. We began moving towards the stage as the excitement was growing. Lucian begins the ceremony. We're all ready to begin the ceremony. I gave the green light and the opening address began. Brothers and sisters of Swordland, I welcome you, Latchaveners, today as proud servant of this country. Lucian's voice echoed in the square next to the highway. Hundreds of Swordland and USP flags began to wave as the cheers intensified. Without further ado, I invite the President of Swordland to the stage. Move up the stage. I moved up to the stage to address the crowd. The press were taking dozens of pictures. Latchaveners, welcome to the opening ceremony H3. Citizens, welcome to the opening of the H3 project. People of Swordland, welcome to... Ooh, Latchaveners. I mean, yes, they're the local people. We just say, but then we don't want to regionalise. I think people of Swordland. He opened Latchaveners. Yeah, Latchaveners, welcome. Oh, what are you doing, Cat? Are you scratching my flip-flop? I like walking around in flip-flops because I warm them. Doing like this, scratching them up. The chanting from the crowd intensified. Some were yelling the motto of Latchaven, liberty until eternity. At the beginning of this journey, we promised jobs and opportunity. We kept our promise. Trust me, our work was far from over. This project is only the beginning of good tidings. The aim with the H3 was to improve logistics to aid businesses to create economic growth in East Nargis and Ireland. Our intention with the H3 is to solve our citizens who are having a hard time travelling in Lahaven and Avery. I think keeping it on the citizens is a big one. This highway brings down travel time by half. Travelling to Lahaven and Avery is now faster and more comfortable. It brings thousands of new jobs. Many unemployed citizens have benefited and will benefit on the path of the highway. None of this would be possible without my colleagues with sound advice to Minister of Interior Louis Graff. Please come over here. So Tom Hood, who's personally managed this project, I think we have to thank the mind behind the highway project for all. The Australian Minister of Economy Tax, Simon Hull. Wasn't it Simon Hull though? Oh, no, was it Simon Hull? So we're either going to say it was me or it was one of these two. Oh, and both get along with us, but we've already mentioned. Oh, if I say it, I look a bit, look a little bit cheeky, in my opinion. Oh, how are we going to put this? Oh, no. Over here. I don't want to say I personally did it. I'll say we have to thank the mind behind the highway project for it all. Yeah, I think Simon Hull getting a shout is fair, just because he came up with it. Thanks, Mr. President. Our aim with this project is obvious, to improve the speed and efficiency of transportation. I'm sure each one of you will be proud of the achievements made during this project once we cut that ribbon and you can drive or travel the highway yourselves. Simon mentioned the beginning of the Swordish economic recovery and plans to stop the recession altogether. After he was done with his speech, Lucian took Simon's place on the stage to close the ceremony. Citizens of Lackhaven, there you have it. As promised, Anton Rain, the 4th President of Swordland, has delivered. We moved towards the entrance of the highway next to the stage. 40-metre long red ribbon was hanging over it. Simon gave me a pair of large scissors to commence the opening. The crowd was watching. Cut the ribbon. I cut the ribbon, which led into a huge wave of cheering from the crowd. Many flashes went off at the same time. Congratulations to all. It was a solid and fruitful effort. Hopefully with much more to come. It's a good moment indeed. It gives us pride as a nation. One big step behind us. Your car is prepared and ready. The drive to Ivory should take you about 4 hours, and the rest of the motorcade will follow you. Get in the car. I entered the car and sat on the driver's seat. The crowd was trying to catch a glimpse of me sitting at the front. Who do you want to travel with, Mr. President? Ooh! Oh no! Lucian, you'd be my preference. I'd like Simon. I'd like to have Lilius with me. I will drive on my... No! Why can't I have them all in the car? No! Another difficult choice, and there's no one in chat! Ah! It's all on me! What did you say earlier? I'm scroll up. No! It's too far away! Ah! Who's the best person? I mean, driving the car on my own shows that it's just me, but if I take Lucian, it doesn't, I guess it won't make them too upset, I guess, because it's like, right, Lucian has always been my right-hand man. But then he's not involved necessarily with the project as much. Whereas if we drive ourselves, it's like, hey, it's me, but it's just me. I'll take Lucian. Lucian would be my preference. Thank you, Mr. President. It will be a good journey to talk about the reforms and our efforts to pass both Assembly and the Court. So it's just in my chair. As we began driving out of the opening ceremony area and into the new highway, they immediately took pictures of me and Lucian, who looked serious. The new highway was in pristine condition and quality. It was the best driving experience one could have nowadays, while providing the best traction and least noise. After a relaxing 4-hour drive to Barbary, we were welcomed by celebratory citizens and Mayor Eric Neal. The highway officially opened to the public, and thousands began utilising it as soon as we left the area. Today was a great victory for the administration. Grand H3 opening. Opened the H3 highway without complication. Yes! Woo! Come on! President Lance Rain has succeeded! Come on, we want the gateway. We want to see some nice roads. Should we effect here as well? Antiquated highway, but here, business and trade. I mean, we could technically work on that next if it's an option. President Rain opens H3 highway. I'm very happy with that. Overview, economy, H3 highway, situations. You good? Average transportation links. Well, it's average. You got roads, you can drive. Also, aggress me and Fantasia. I like him purely because his name is the same beginning as my name. I arrived at the cubic building that housed most of the military command that resided in Holsword. The grey and brutalist structure looked daunting. I never liked this building. It always made me feel like I was standing under the concrete foot of a giant getting ready to crush me. It made me feel small, and I never quite got used to the feeling, even after this many years. At the entrance, I was greeted by Yosef and his military entourage of young officers. Welcome to the Ministry of Defence, Mr. President. Let's go to my office. We walked from corridor to corridor to reach the office. On the way, we were met with high-ranking officers, as well as privates. Every time one of these soldiers saw me, they stopped and saluted me. When we finally arrived at Yosef's office, his entourage saluted us and left. He closed the door and took a seat. Where is Valken? He easily partakes in all military meetings. This is something serious, especially since you invited me here. This must be something serious, especially since you invited me here. It is important that you don't get misinformed on this matter. Valken has another agenda. He leaned back and interlocked his hands. The situation with Rumberg is getting worse, and if it wasn't for the investments in the military, I'd be even more concerned. Hey, hello, Honor. How are you, my friend? I first add no. Hello. I'll wait to get you in, Honor. Make sure there shouldn't be any more ads running now. I guess there's a when you join the stream ad if you're not a member or follower, there sub. So he's more concerned with the situation with Rumberg. As am I. I will make sure it won't come to that. We prepare for the worst, aren't we, Yosef? He turned to inspire confidence in our defensive capabilities. Our projected capability in the future should restore your confidence, but we need several changes to achieve a better situation. Our efforts to restructure the military should prove beneficial in a potential conflict. We'd never be able to match the force of Rumberg on equal terms, therefore our switch of the military to a smaller, well-equipped and autonomously led combat unit would find better in the field. You've been doing a fantastic job, Joseph. The military is in good hands. I'm doing my best to defend the country. There's nothing I care for more than Swordland. As a result of the recent deal with Welland, we have started reinforcing the border. Horde scouts have been deployed and we've started moving our divisions. So basically we just opened the highway we've been building since the beginning of all of it pretty much, Honor. And now we're talking with Joseph Lancia about our military. So I'm interested to see what goes on. But welcome in, bud. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Rest assured, we're ready for anything that will come from the other side of the border. We will provide our reports to you. I don't think we will have any problems, but stay alert. We don't know what we're dealing with yet. I don't want anyone in. Don't let a single deserter pass our borders. Try everything if possible. There might be people who simply trying to escape war among them. What we're dealing with yet. We're always ready for any situation, Mr. President. Joseph cleared his throat. Let's move to our main topic. The mandatory conscription law has been a matter of discussion, and we need to strike a decision whether to keep it or remove it. The facts are that the conscription gives us a large reservist pool that can cover a larger front line, but these troops lack the morale and quality to be offensive element. It is the last step remaining to switch to a modern professional armed force. Our restructuring is hindered by 100,000 of cadets extending our logistics, slowing command structure, and reducing the combat efficiency of our experienced units. So basically what we're doing with now is we're talking about our army. So normally we have both of our sort of military leaders bring us in and talk to us, but Joseph Lancia, who is the head of the Minister of Defence, he is talking to us on his own, saying, hey, this is like this is like this, hey, here's my opinions. Let's wait for Vulcan before we make a decision. I want to hear his viewpoint. Mr. President, I don't think that would be necessary. He won't be coming. Strong knock on the door was heard, and the chief of the armed forces, Vulcan Kruger, walked in quickly with a frown. What is the meaning of this, Joseph? Why haven't I been invited? What's going on here? You're overstepping and interrupting a personal meeting between me and the president. It literally... Vulcan deliberated the situation. I see what is going on here. I mean, no disrespect, but I'm leading the ground operations. I must be informed of any strategic changes. Vulcan has a point. The military needs to be on the same page for any changes. Well, now that you are here, what is your opinion on subscription? What experience am I? I think we need to get these two on the same page. Thank you, Mr. President. We are talking about our national defence, which must be consulted among all staff. To clarify, we would have brought the subject up with the general staff and you. The matter is rather simple from my point of view. Our forces have gone large structural changes, changing the operational capabilities and tactics. However, at the end of the day, Rumburg has a larger army, air force, and navy. Our conscript will fill the much-needed weaknesses we have. There's a place for reservists, don't show same thing as modern age, require a modern army. Grown bodies are a problem, never solved it. Not sure if this is the right approach. This doctrine worked for decades so far, knows and change it. I think the generals have a point. I think of places like in real life South Korea who mandatory service, and I'm not sure. I mean, they do quite well though. I was saying thrown bodies. Have I solved it? Not sure if this is the right approach. Well, we can't have less troops on the front line than the enemy. None of our current structure focused on mass mobilization. I'd ask you to consider. Mandatory conscription, we know everybody into the nation. Remove mandatory conscription, it is time to have a professional force of willingly enlisted soldiers. Yeah, but then if we don't have enough soldiers, it's not going to be good. But then I guess if we have conscripts, they might not be as good. I think we're going to keep mandatory conscription. It's the only way I can think of us being okay. Now, I know some people are going to be screaming at this decision, but if we have it already, it's what a nation's used to. We're going to keep it for now. Mr. President, but you heard your superior, Joseph. Joseph threw an angry look at Vulcan before turning to me. As you wish, Mr. President. We also have to decide how exactly we spend our additional remaining funds in the military. In June, we decided to upgrade the equipment of our military. The military thanks the administration for the extensive support, especially in creating a modern fighting force. We need to decide what branch we want to modernise more. The Army, the Air Force, the Navy, ooh, but there's no... Oh, actually, let me have a little look at the map. There's Markian Sea, but if we're going to get attacked by Rumburg, we're going to be attacked by land. Okay. I want to hear their opinions on what needs modernisation more. Strictly speaking, the army would be the safest choice. However, the air and naval forces would do well with further modernisation too. What branch should we modernise? No soldiers, no one to fight. I mean, it's not saying that there would technically be no soldiers, but it means that we wouldn't conscript. So it wouldn't be mandatory to serve in the military for even a small period. But whereas now, we're keeping that thing. So people have to serve whether they kind of want to or not, which has its own disadvantages. But at least in its own way, we have support there. At least we're modernised. Modernise the army, we need better equipped soldiers. Modernise the air force, we need better air force. Modernise the navy, we need high-tech navy. I'm thinking land. I'm thinking the army now. I know an air force will mess things up, but if we don't have the soldiers equipped, they're just going to get slaughtered. But then an air force can bomb them, I guess. Modernise the army. This is probably all the wrong choices, but I'm making my choice. This is how we'll play. We'll see how it goes. But to be fair, though, that's nothing against Zero or Jace. They were both given some very, very good advice, but I want to see what it goes as if I just pick and see what happens. As you wish, the changes will be implemented this month and finish at the end of November. Thank you for listening. Salute. I saluted Valkanisis, saluted back. Left the Ministry of Defense and returned to the ruined palace. Let's hope we made the right choice there, eh? Uh-oh. Why are we down in growth all of a sudden? No. No, I don't want to see that. Oh, no. What's happened? Ah. Fight against the BFF continues in Bergia. Governor of Bergia issues resettlement order. Special Zone declares war on Bludish people. Women march for equal education and Rika. What is going on? Situations. Oh, okay, modernized army. That's what we want to see. Oh, no. Let's look at our reports. Governor Bron enacts resettlement order. It's not good. ATO hails nuclear breakthrough. Advanced tech promises. Women's rights march. Comrie at naval base. Oh! Oh! Ah! My phone started speaking at me. It terrified me. I was like, what? I'm ready to fight. Oh, goodness. Jeez. Jeez. That messed me up. Right, let's see what we can do to recover our economy, because I don't like that we're going down. Given the current economic situation. Team gathered in Wholesale the Ministry of Economy to go over the current economic situation. The building constructed in 1892 by Hiram Walt, possibly the most famous architect in Swordland. It was a simple and elegant structure with a few of his signature domes spread out over the roof. Oh, what was that? It was my phone, iPhone. So it thought I was talking to it and started speaking. Yeah, literally. I'm like, I'm ready to go. Just come at me. I've dingbat behind me. Hello. Hello. Cute cat. I love her. I do like the reference though. Speed demon. I walked through the large bronze doors. Two assistants led me upstairs to a meeting room. Everyone stood up as I entered the room, buttoning their suit jackets. Welcome, Mr. President. Here's David Wishy, Mikhail Laven, Gus Manger, and Edith Agnott, and Simon Hall. Good to be here. Everyone took their seats. As you all know, today we'll go over our economic status. Let's begin without any further ado. The aid we received from the United Contana has helped us a lot, although I heard some rumours. There are many people who oppose this decision, especially in the Lothberg group. Regardless of what they think, capital will certainly be handy. We now have another weapon to combat the recession. Less than United Contana friends, I had to do whatever it took to end the recession, even meant to deal with United Contana, there's such a way back to this later on. Oh, my back. I sure do hope so as well. How are we doing in terms of our infrastructure? The success of the first infrastructure project has already shown a positive effect on the economy. Mikhail started grinning as he leaned forward. Thanks to the highway, economic growth is returning to Unland, as we're expecting new investments and jobs in the region. Many leaders on the business council have praised the logistics improvement. It was a gargantuan effort from our side of the Ministry of Economy. Your efforts are noted. Everyone who's contributed is greatly appreciated. Positive results show that we're on the right path towards economic growth. We can do much more to improve the economy, and we will, because our work is far from over. I like that. You are correct. Subjects of tax reform and many more await future debate. Let's hit the stats on our deal with Welland. Our first trade with Welland has increased our imports and exports by 60% in 1 month, which is a considerably good number. Perfect. It was a good idea to honor them. Dangerous gamble. I'm glad it started paying off. The payoff is high, yes, but so is the risk. The support for their military operation was questionable. Regardless, the numbers are clear. I must say, still can't get behind a trade deal with Welland, especially when it involved a military cooperation. Feels like we've made a contract with the devil. I hope this was the right decision. There's certainly no use deliberating that decision now. Increased trade has improved our economy. I see this as a reason for celebration. On a side note, consumer spending has decreased further due to pessimistic mood caused by our economic issues. That's discouraging. We've done the best we could so far. I'm confident we will turn this mood around with adaptive projects and solutions. Good to hear. We will do better. While I agree that our first attempts were not successful, we still might have economic opportunities left. It isn't good for our reputation. The people expected quick solutions. We're running out of time. The central bank has begun working on a bill with the Grand National Assembly to increase our preparedness for future damaging economic incidents. The NBC will also lend support to the analysis and contingency plans regarding the ongoing developments. I'm looking forward to further collaboration between our departments to solve upcoming issues. Simon checked his large dossier. Sadly, our budget reserves don't look good. We will need to look into whatever we can to increase the budget we have. What can we do about it? I'll formulate a plan and present you with the next step. As per the latest data from the ministry, the recession unfortunately seems to be lingering still in some economic areas. Oh, I'll have a little drink. Hello! How are you doing? Welcome in, Moritz. You will see, you wouldn't have seen it yet, I wasn't part of the 4th KG when I streamed this last. I am in my president outfit. If you look in the bottom just below me, you'll see President Reign, which I am dressed as. How are you doing, bud? No matter the cost, we will have to increase our economic development rates. We will have to increase our economic development rates, otherwise I'm sad to say we will be doomed. We need to use the opportunities we have been given. Trade deals and infrastructure improvements always help. Yes, you are. You're one of the first subs, Moritz. Oh, you're not. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, you absolute legend. Oh, I was so confused. I thought you meant in front of your name. Now I'm the top gifter again. Oh, thank you, bud. Thank you, Moritz, you absolute legend. When I'm done with the stream tonight, I'm going to head on Minecraft, but wow. Thank you so much. I'm wearing my good suit of 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, bud. I massively appreciate that. Massively. Thank you. Absolute legend. Absolute legend. Mr. President, I'll be very clear. Right now, by the way, if you're not familiar, I don't know if you're familiar with Suzerain or not, but we are the leader of a country, we're president, and we're trying to keep it out of economic recession and all this other stuff. There's a few parts on YouTube for it, but we will continue with how we're doing. But honestly, bud, thank you so much for that. You absolute legend. Simon took off his glasses and put them on the table. He looked at me straight in the eyes. You already know this. I don't want to frighten you, but if you're unable to stop this recession, we're heading towards an economic catastrophe that has never been seen before in Swordland. No, in all of Eastern Makopa. I can't even begin to imagine how we could survive that. None of us wants to see Swordish people starve while the state is unable to provide for its citizens. Don't worry, we will end the recession. I promise. I hope you're right. He puts on his glasses. Now, there are a few methods we can use to tackle the recession. Our debt situation is awfully bad, and I heavily advise against further expenditures. However, I will still present new projects and leave the decisions to you, Mr. President. There are 2 main distinctions between these projects. It's either about continuing our infrastructure improvements or investing in increasing production. If we continue working on our infrastructure, that would lift us to advanced country levels. However, our industrial production also needs a boost to return to pre-recession levels. There is, of course, the option to not take any risk related to our budget. The plans for these projects will be finalised soon. For now, I can provide preliminary information. Which one would you like to hear first? But yeah, we're trying to make decisions, so you can see we're -3. We've got 2 personal wealth, and the economy is going down. Not as sharply as it was. We just went from an up, though. I don't know what's cursed our economy again, though. We were doing better. We'll recover it. We'll recover it. Isn't that right? Think about it. She sat on the little mat I placed up. She's so cute. Plan to use project soon. What project could improve our infrastructure? Don't want to take any risks. No. We'll see how it goes. What are projects that could improve our infrastructure? For infrastructure, we have two projects. One is the Benfey International Airport and the other is the Morna Port. Benfey is growing at a rapid pace and would benefit highly from an international airport. Much more money to be made there too. The Morna Port will boost trade and improve the flow of goods towards Holsford, because the Conriat port is too small in capacity and extension is blocked by the Navy headquarters. Propelled, it's still yet to reach its full potential. Sea with a port and advanced logistics connection to Holsford will be better utilised. Ooh, let's just say this for now. Benfey is rapidly developing and there's much to gain from increasing its connectivity to the world. Imagine all the tourists that would arrive. Let's focus on improving the well-being of our worst citizens, and while Morna is no poor city, is very well deserves investment. Now, David Wishy, I trust in. So if he says Morna's the better place to do it, Morna's the better place to do it. What are the projects that could boost our production? For production, we have two projects. One is the Sana Agricultural Zone, and the other is the Conriat Industrial City. I see the Sana Agricultural Zone investment as a high priority due to the fact that farmers in Bergia were the most hit by the recession. Sana is also a much poorer city than Conriat. The Conriat Industrial City project has the potential to increase manufacturing in the Greater Holsford region by a large amount. Sana's much poorer city indeed, it deserves any investment it can get from the government. I agree with that. The recession has hit the farmers of Sana particularly hard. Besides, the agricultural output increases would boost our economy. The investment won't be able to recover the industry there. Conriat, on the other hand, would bring more financial gain. Our government has the opportunity to support agriculture and we should take it. It would increase our exports too. Had enough information. Very well. That covers our subjects for today. Anybody who wants to add something? Nobody answered. That concludes the meeting. Have a good day all. Goodbye. Until next time, Mr. President. See you soon. The meeting ended. Stress. Oh my god. Well, thank you for the gifts again, Moritz. That was amazing. Thank you so much, you absolute legend. That was awesome, honestly. Thank you so much for that. Massively appreciated. I can't say it enough. I know some emotes are being given out, apparently. Interesting to see. Oh, I earned a hype chest. Let's open it. We got a frog. Choo choo. There it is. I like it. Choo choo. That was awesome. Thank you guys. Protest against Governor Bronze resettlement order. Good. Urson versus Swordland case. United Contana ships show support to Vagislandian fleet. Pro-Bludish protest. Polio cases discovered in rural Suzerain. What? PM Van Horten warns against Vagislandian present. Yep. News. Trial of Governor Bron in the Swedish Constitution. Housewives march to defend Swedish traditional Enrica. Welland border reinforcements announced. Central bank bill, a necessary measure. Erston is right. Rain closes door to refugees from Berlin. That doesn't sound great. Protest is brutally beaten up by police. Operation Bear Trap begins. Amid spiking tensions with Mongolia, Vagsland increases naval presence. Swordland's diplomacy disappoints. Yeah, that's fair enough. We could have done better with diplomacy, admittedly. Mega projects. New government budget. I don't want to be more in debt. No. Ayy. There's the airport, industrial zone, monoport, agricultural zone. They're all going to cost us 2 budget. Let's we can do the meeting in Bergia first, see if that costs us anything. Might as well. There's already an active scene. No, I've oh, no. I can't do that now. Right. Benfey International Airport. We'll create more industry in Benfey. The industrial zone is okay, but it will not help Sana. So Benfey help the area grow more. Mornaport helps an area where it helps people more. It's like Conriat increase our economy, but Sana increases sort of the living people, like the people who live there, helps them out. Oh, the comrades from right here. Trying to think of the best way to go about this. What is the best way for us to do this? Have a think on that for a second. Sorry, I know anyone who's watching this after on YouTube is like, hurry up, make a decision. So I'm just figuring that out. Figuring it out. Right, I'm going to go with... This is purely my opinion. I want to help the... Maybe would be good. But I think the Sana agricultural zone. I know it's going to put us more into debt, but I want to help out the most hard-hit people. Uh-oh! Uh-oh! Oh, no. Oh, I've made an oopsie! I've made an oopsie! Uh-oh. Oh. Nia Morgan and Lilius Graf schedule a meeting to discuss an ongoing legal case that requires my attention. Early in the morning, we convened in my office. Thank you for being here at this hour, Mr. President. We need to inform you about some news from Bergia. There was a court case initiated by the Bluish Citizen which involves a possible revision of the Constitution. Unfortunately, it has the potential to affect the whole country. Explain, please. I'll start from the beginning. Oh god, so I just made probably a bad decision. Look at my economic growth. Look at my growth, Robo. Look at it, Jace. It's terrible. What have I done? Explain, please. I'll start beginning. As you know, after the discovery of the KA-74s in the separatist hideouts, there have been more than a few attacks initiated and claimed by the BFF. Due to lack of security funding, some of these otherwise avoidable attacks couldn't be stopped. This led to increased tensions in Bergia. Leah sighed. The main problem is with the security structure of Bergia. Due to the special status of the region, operations on the ground are run by local security forces that are not bound to the interior. Which means our hands are tied. I funded... I kept conscripts. But don't tell me what you think. Well, tell me what you think, but don't tell me any spoilers. I chose conscripts, and I helped out the agricultural region. I made my choice. I made my choices. And we also launched a highway, which is pretty cool. Which means my hands are tied. Unfortunately, the court backlog is piling up with increasingly frequent rulings that are unjust. This has led to many of our citizens losing their trust in our justice system. This is particularly a problem for the residents of Bergia. It's definitely not helping with the increasing tensions between the Bluish populace and the Swords. It increased even further after Operation Bear Trap. We've been receiving more and more intelligence about some kind of preparation by the terrorists. We can't allow the conflict in Welland to spread to Swordland. I know that the Welland and Swordland divisions of the BFF are in close cooperation. This is where I think the phrase overland, you have my ear. Also, we're conquering Wessex, and of course, the water, you have my ear. The increasing threat to the BFFs led Governor Broughton to, justifiably, resort to his emergency powers to curb the danger. His discovery of militant training grounds disguised as schools was commendable, as well as his quick handling of bomb threats coming from major cities like Deer. However, his latest policies have been questionable, especially the peaceful resettlement order, and has been met with massive anger from the majority of the Bloods in the region. Bloods. This is a massive understatement. Governor Bron has abused his power and clearly acted against the Constitution. And quite surprisingly, Ishvar Urson has managed to successfully push his case to the higher courts. He's suing Felix Bron for infringing upon the liberties of the Bluish people. He also raises a conflict in the Constitution and argues that the way it's written makes it open to interpretation and allows people like Governor Bron to abuse their powers. Who's Vishal Urson? What exactly is this case about? The highway is done. Your government budget act looks decent for what you're doing. Just be careful. How to work on the national economy. Yes. That's what I'm thinking. I'm like, it's not good, but for what we're doing and helping our people, it should edge back up. Who's Ishful Arson? Oh, I don't see him. I haven't met him yet, so I don't know what they look like. Ishful Arson is a lawyer and Bluish rights activist who lives in Deer and has experienced systemic racism in the region firsthand. He was evicted last month from his home in Deer on the grounds of threatening public stability and safety. He was also shot at by local law enforcement forces several times in the last 2 years, managed to survive it all so far. The attackers, of course, were never punished. As much as the eviction seems unjust, Mr. Urson must be further investigated for his potential ties to dangerous organisations. I like to believe the forces wouldn't have fired at him without proper reason. What the Bluish community is going through in Budgie is unacceptable. We still want to stop this madness. Mr. Graff is right. No. Oh, sorry, Ms. Graff is right. We must first completely sure that Mr. Urson is innocent. Jerky, Ms. Graff, you believe the police are getting out of control under your management. That we must. What exactly is this case about? What are the accusations against the governor? What exactly does that include? Oh, I forgot to say, Robo, Jace, how are you doing, my friend? You just missed Moritz jumping in the server with 5 gifted subs to retake first place from Ares, which is cool. I'm gonna say no. What is this case about? What are the accusations against the governor? What exactly does Urson claim about the conflict in the Constitution? What's it about this conflict in the Constitution? As you know, the Rights and Liberties Act, Article 7, alludes to that too, are described in Article 100 in further detail. All citizens, in theory, can exercise their rights described in these articles and are equally subject to law as described, and these rights cannot be suspended by the government under any circumstances other than a defensive war. Mr. Urson claims the line, every sword is equal before the law, in Article 7 does not include other ethnicities, and thus gives the state the right to suspend or limit the rights of non-swords defined in Article 100. Courts have repeatedly protected Governor Bron in the past, and this is true that his bets on Mr. Hawker justifying his actions for Article 7. However, there is also Article 6, which the courts could take into account already. Explain. As you know, Article 6 goes, everyone who is bound to the swordish state by citizenship is a sword, which clarifies clearly that the Constitution does not discriminate against other ethnicities or cultures. Citizens of this country are called swords. But did you ask Bluish people what they think? Yes, it's true that this article has protected them on a number of occasions, as it defines swords as non-ethnic term, but it is left to interpretation of the courts. They could have argued that Article 6 extends the rights defined in Article 7 to all citizens of swordless regardless of race, but they didn't. Yet. They can potentially push this case to the Supreme Court. What exactly is this case about? Ishful Urson is claiming that the current constitution gives legal grounds to discriminate against Bluish people, directly infringing upon their rights as citizens. He claims Article 7 of the Constitution, citing the line, every sword is equal before the law, is direct conflict with the Freedoms and Rights Acts defined in Article 100. Governor Felix Bron is accused of using Article 7 to justify oppression of the Bluish people. I know what Felix Bron looks like, we've seen him before. I swear. No, you know what? We'll see you good. Brilliant. I'm thinking of helping out the Bluish people. I mean, I can't believe that in our country we're trying to reform it and we are oppressive people. I'm not going to stand for that. And obviously, we've made some terrible decisions in the South Border, but we had to. We had to bite the bullet on that front. So we're going to assist people with their things. What are the accusations against the governor? Everything we've already figured out. Mr. Bron has sadly evicted thousands of Bloods, I guess it's Bloods, from their homes in Deer recently. The fact that this happened in a city with relatively low levels of BFF activity is a sloppy decision at best. I'm doing very well, thank you for asking, bud. I'm sad you missed the cooking stream, but it's all on YouTube if you ever wanted to watch it. Sloppy decision. This is a direct violation of their right to property. BFF activity levels have nothing to do with this. But it does, Miss Morgner. The state can't take any measures to fight with terror inside its borders. This decision would have been justified if those neighbourhoods were in fact labelled as threat level red. But they were not. Hence, he did not have the authority to evict those citizens. In this case in Deer, the governor had definitely violated his authority. You're underplaying it. This eviction was only the last of many he ordered as part of Budge's peaceful resettlement policies. It's not about Deer. There are hundreds of accusations listed in this case, ranging from violent actions by law enforcement officers to open discrimination in local municipalities. Calm down, Nia dear. I'm not disagreeing with you. Nia stacked the papers in front of her. In any case, the situation might be troubling if it reaches the Supreme Court and Mr. Hawker manages to sabotage it by altering the current interpretation. It would be disastrous for Bludish rights. I'll be doing my best to ensure a positive result comes out of this case, but I'm not sure if the centrists would be willing to agree with Mr. Urson. Why would Mr. Hawker even sabotage it? The current interpretation is strictly solist. I'm sure he followed the Constitution and charged Governor Bron for unconstitutional behaviour. According to the foundational values of this republic, everyone who is a citizen of this country is a sword. The Constitution is clear about this and does not allow for discrimination. Maybe Hawker is not the man you think he is, Miss Graff. From what I've heard, his stance on the subject may not be standard solist interpretation, but something darker. All I can say is that the court is very conservative, so if you want a pro-Bludish outcome, I would try to stop it from going to the Supreme Court. Okay, that's fair. I'm afraid he'll reject the case altogether and find Governor Bron innocent. If this happens, it would make discrimination against Bludish people legal. Do you think this old god would go that far? This isn't saying there's anything. Isn't there anything I can do? Honestly, I couldn't care less. Is there anything I can do? I'm afraid not, Mr. President. The executive has no jurisdiction over the judiciary. And in this case, I'm afraid even Justice Edmonds and the centrists would be almost impossible to convince. To be honest, I don't think this is a matter for our administration. Just keep out from judicial affairs. As much as I hate to say it, I somewhat agree with Lilius on this. I prefer to keep the status quo over risking a complete abolishment of rights. We still have the power to make tangible reforms. Lack of focus is disappointing. I must say I didn't expect it from you. And what about your tangible reforms? It's the justice to agree with Urson, no good assistant. System and block this case from reaching. Oh, you must put pressure on the system and block this case from reaching the Supreme Court, Miss Waldner. Of course, I'll do my best, Mr. President. As I said, I think the government has better things to do than meddle with judicial affairs. There is, however, something that the government can do to address the situation on the ground. It is time we push for changes within the security structure of Bergia and special status that resulted in de facto autonomy. It clearly isn't working. I believe we are aligned on this matter, Mr. President. Mr. President, you asked me to explore the options regarding the revocation of the special zone at the beginning of the term. Given the current circumstances, I think it's now possible. Ooh, we're gonna cause some chaos. What do you think? I think it's time we claim back the special zone. Because... So you checks and balances, plus we need the court to like us for the Constitution. That's fair. That's great to hear. Tell me the details. Actually, I might have changed my mind since then. What are we thinking? Do we think we try and get back the special zone, or do we think that's going to cause a lot of issues? What's the thoughts? I want everyone's opinion on that. Do we go for the special zone or not? I'm listening. Tell me the details. Obviously, we don't have to agree with this necessarily now. The resettlement policies in Bergia and the Urson case have changed the mood of the lawmakers. We can use this opportunity to push for the removal of Tarquin Sol's security zone decree. It's a much bigger possibility than before. People really like Tarquin Sol, don't they? Of course, racism is rampant throughout our country. The Bludish citizens inside Bergia are having much worse time than the Bludish residents of cities like Latchhaven or Holsword. If we focus on Bergia, we can remove its special status. The special zone, you know, the area where we don't have control over the police, where it's all managed by, I think, Tarquin Sol himself. So, it's not so great. We don't have any power there. This alone would be a huge step for Bludish rights. Fortunately, as long as Governor Bron is in charge of Bergia with the powers he has, no judicial reforms would reverse the situation on the ground. To put it simply, we want to work on a detailed proposal to restructure Bergia. I believe it must become a region of Swordland like any other. We must centralise the system and abolish the local security forces. Certainly, security forces can do better than Bergian police. I don't see how local changes my point in removing the basic situation of every constitution. Bergia. Rework the special status in Bergia. Can't be sure of anything, Mr. President. You know this better than me. But Lilius and I both believe there is potential to get more MPs behind the idea. It is true. Some members of my circle inside the party are keen on this as well. They start to believe Sol's policy in Bergia has already run its course. If we play our cards right during the process of this case, while we work on the preparation for a strong proposal for the special zone, we can gather enough support behind it. We have to try. While I start with Bergia, we can eventually change Article 6 and 7 as well. This might be a risky push. Okay, let's hear about the proposal. You and I both agree that to abolish the special zone of Bergia, this is the first point the proposal will address. This would also mean taking away the special authority of the governor. Oh god. That's what I say. Using the special zone, you can do some absolutely messed up stuff if you go down the path of using it for yourself, but I won't comment. Oh god. I agree. With removing the governor as well as his insane authority, I don't support a complete centralisation of the region. I suppose we restructured the special zone, democratise it, and acknowledge the Bluish movement. How does that resolve anything? How do you solve any problem by dividing the region from the rest of Swordland? You've tried that already. So, taking it ourselves would be crazy. We could do some crazy things, as you're saying, but I don't want to do that necessarily. Especially when I see messed up stuff. I'm feeling more Lilius Graph's sort of movement, where it's bringing it back into the rest of the country. Bridge, my friend! Good to see you! The president welcomes you! The president welcomes you! Hello, welcome back, citizens. Welcome back. Catch a bird. Oh, I won't dig that up. Oh, I'm so bad. Oh, she's so cute. She woke up like, what? What are you screaming about? Welcome in, bud. Welcome in. How are you? Right. I agree with replacing a special zone with another wouldn't help anyone. The proposal is very simple. Special zone must be fully revoked. Governor's powers taken away and the local security forces must be abolished. Only then Bergia can be an equal part of Swordland. I propose we unite Bergia with the rest of Swordland and enforce the same laws and policies as any Swordist region, dismantling the current semi-independent structure in the process. We will still hold local municipal elections, just like every city in Swordland. The security of the region will be under the full control of the Ministry of the Interior. We can no longer allow their forces to pursue violence with impunity. If this was a problem that the central government could fix, your mighty colonel would have solved it already. The assimilation policies clearly didn't work. What does that have to do with anything? We start a new infrastructure project for a new bridge. Aha! What did we just do? We've done farming. We've got bridges, farm industries. There's never enough bridges. We can build a bridge over the Gulf of Nargis. Or actually, we'll call it now the Gulf of Swordland. I'm sorry. I couldn't help it. I'm sorry. I'm just saying the solution is not a rushed unification. We must acknowledge that Bergia is a unique region with its own culture and history. We cannot disregard the social reality. Nia has a point. Peaceful assimilation is not the solution. We must finally listen to what the Bluish people want. I support Lilia's plan to revoke the special status of Bergia and unify with the rest of Swordland. I just want to hear Mr. Morder's proposal before deciding. Thank you, Mr. President. Millions of Bluish people suffered over the last decades. We saw a massive uprising, terror attacks, and a governor going rogue. These people only wanted to live in this country as equals, but they were denied that. Why don't we allow Bergians to elect their own local governor? Why is Holsword so keen on prying into the lives of the Bluish people? We should replace the oppressive laws of the special zone with a democratic system that allows a proper local representation. I propose the Bergia semi-autonomous region. The Gulf of Swordland. I'm sorry to tell you, Miss Morgana, but Bergia is part of Swordland as much as Magnolia and Hawthorne. You're bringing secessionist Fetir Ejal's lifelong quest here as your proposal. What's wrong with you? What's next? Secession of Bergia and a formation of an independent Bluish state? Autonomy of Angland? And why don't you hold a referendum for the Rums of Estord and ask why they want to join Rumburg while you're at it? Oh, there's a lot of options. Lilius has a point. Bergia shouldn't have any restriction or privileges compared to other regions. I'm supportive of semi-autonomous Bergia. This is what mainstream Bluish movement wants. I don't agree with your review. I'd rather not risk any drastic changes like that, but just as it is. The proposal phase impressed me. I want to start working on possibly adding new amendments to our proposal instead. Root of matter. I'm thinking option 1. Lilius has a point. Bergia shouldn't have any restrictions or privileges compared to other regions. I think that keeps it fair. The Bluish people will go, well, actually, they are supporting us still. They're stopping this. What's the opinions? I want opinions. I'm thinking number 1. Go, my advisors. And can I say a big welcome in to Bridge, Mac, Chaos. Hello, my friend. Jace, and everyone else. You didn't backseat game at all last time, bud. Don't worry about that at all. I was asking for opinions. I realised I was probably leaning on them a bit too heavily. But I'm thinking option number 1. But I'm debating between a semi-autonomous zone and normal. But I'm thinking of keeping it normal. But I do like the idea of letting them elect their own people. But there is nothing to apologise for, Jace. Ding. Oh, ding that. Right. Right. What are we picking? I think number one. I want opinions first. I know we have a little delay, but I think number one. I'll wait another sort of 10 seconds. You've played turning. You already paid turning into spirits. So that's enough punishment. Right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We are gonna go for option number one. My decision as president. Oh wait. Ah! Wait. Jace, go for it, bro. Let me know. I shall look at Dingbat longingly. Just say though, if you're watching this on YouTube and you're like, what decision, blah blah blah. Thank you for this being here, honestly. This has been going a little while. And I'm really enjoying this series. So it's been good so far. Really good so far. I've been really enjoying it. I'm hoping that it's something that continues to do quite well. I'm very excited for the Rizia DLC that I've got actual plans for that one. That's going to be really silly. You guys are going to love that. No. I've got nothing planned for Rizia. I can't imagine what someone said that. DLCs? What? I'd have no idea if a king outfit is waiting to be worn and used. While I wait another second, I'm just going to get a drink very quickly. I might be in shorts. I just realised I don't live on the ground floor anymore. I could be jumping around. When the first spirit foretold, the spirits of streams long past. The issue with mod view is that I actually can't read because the screen is quite smaller, so I'm able to help. And also, is our man still wearing a suit? Is he wearing a suit? Your president always wears a suit for Suzerain. It's kind of the catchline here. Bridge. Hurry up, Risk Chase! Hurry up! Get to that point! I'm joking. Also, Dingbat ran off when I came storming through there. He's like, see you later, alligator. You chunky man. I forgot to do something. While we're here, very quickly, I need to change something very quickly. What are you in chat? There we go. It is done. Go back to Stream Manager. Go back to Suzerain. Get that all back up. Robo Napoleon, Jace, you should now have the VIP badge. You earned it very much, my friend. Thank you for being here. Right, wait another few seconds. Jace, and then I will be continuing. Okay. Give it a minute. Do what you deem. Fair enough. Number one. Lilius has a point. Burgess shouldn't have any restrictions or privileges compared to any other region. Lilius smiled. So it's a decision then. I can start working on a proposal as soon as possible. I have to get to work on second thought. Semi-autonomy is the way to go. Start working immediately. Mr. Mogner, I'm counting on you. Here's our VIP Robo. Yes, me and Bridge were talking about this earlier. Sorry, I wanted to do it on stream with you. But I might as well do it now. On second thought, I think best we keep the budget status quo. Second thought, semi-autonomy is the way to go. And I don't think having an autonomous zone in any country is probably going to end well. This inside Miss Graf, get to work immediately on cannon on you. There's nothing against Unia, you do very well. This is a mistake. Business Morgan, you've heard the president. Start working on a proposal immediately. It's very important to get this right, so it'll take some time. My estimate is that it will be ready sometime after the vote on your constitutional amendment. You can choose to enact it then. Don't VIP my ult. You're in here a lot as your ult, though. I'll VMP the other one later. Sounds good, Miss Graf. I'm counting on you. Perfect. Get to work immediately. Thank you. What? Great, I'll get to work. See you later, Mr. President. They bid their farewells and left the room. Oh, let's hope we can recover our country. Okay, then times. Gas on thrives, new investment yield success. Actually, what about this? Investment companies manage operationalize employees, subject parties not only investment solutions, but economy and market. Rising Star and United Quintana. I'll be updating the law. He uses alts. Read the report. Balance energy prices. I can report balance energy market. Despite regional fluctuation, Lighthaven has maintained stable energy prices, which have a positive impact on local economy. This stability is fostering and encouraging business environment and economic well-being among the populace. Oh, nice to see. Nice to see. Ooh, GDP ranking first. Population ranking third. GDP 83.5 billion. Currency, I forgot what. Called them Swordland something. Budget allocation of healthcare. Ooh, been time. Been waiting for that. I was having my afternoon tea in the State House office in Deer and going through newspapers. One of the headlines piqued my interest. It read, Polio crisis in Welland. Before I could start reading, I heard a couple of knocks. Pascal entered, followed by Lucian. Mr. President, it's time for the scheduled healthcare meeting. Good afternoon. Very well, let's begin. They have taken their seats and Pascal produced documents from his suitcase. He puts them on the table. Pascal looked at the newspaper I was reading. Very troubling news from Welland, Mr. President. I've just returned from a meeting. No, I'm doing Lucian's voice. Whoops. Oh wait, what's this? That Robo Napoleon, Lance's suzerain advisor and beloved VIP. He's the best musketeer. Also wants to be a judge. He calls himself Judge Robo Napoleon, but it's not to believe him. He sacrificed for greater good and now in spirit as he was still with us in the form of chicken nuggets. Chicken nuggets covered in barbecue sauce. Particularly, it's barbecue sauce. Got to believe it. Oh, this, Mr. President, remember the news? I know, I want to deal with the polio. I remember it very well. I saw it. I actually read it. I've just returned from a meeting with our top scientists on matter of polio. It seems to be spreading. It will stop before it reaches Swordland. That's no. I doubt it will. What are we doing to prepare? Well, I was just learning from this newspaper. Here, this might have dire consequences in the region. He nodded. What's told by our researchers was that with the current infection rate, there will soon be millions of people affected by polio. So we've notified all of our healthcare staff, especially the ones closer to Welland border. Fortunately, there are also the more rural areas we lack equipment and staff. We need to be ready for any possibility. I doubt it is that serious yet. Regardless, back to the topic, Mr. Benewell. Pascal put on his reading glasses and went through the document. He didn't say anything for a whole minute. Mr. Benewell? Oh, that's Pascal. Yes, of course, let's start. He put the papers down, cleared his throat and looked at me. In general, I'm very content with the budget decision that was made. This comes as a very pleasant surprise that we all welcomed at the ministry. The overall mood has been positive as the administration focuses more on the healthcare. I'm excited about what we can achieve with the allocated funds. Do you have any specific area of focus in mind? Primary healthcare is like, oh, this is the administration we know to have support the welfare system. Situation isn't good. Do you have any specific areas of reform in mind? I'm personally invested to solve the horrible infant maternal death rate along with your requests. As you know, I've been preparing a new privatization program that would create funds through selling the unused ministry property and some extra taxes. It might not go against our strategy to promote a market economy, but I'm personally against privatization of government services. Such vital services must be under state control. Aside from getting additional funds, there's also a long-term problem with privatization in a country like Swordland. Create additional funds to be centralized to right new structural issues. What are these problems? People already lack in proper healthcare, even though it is free. What happens when you privatise? Prices increase as state hospitals close due to sales. To prevent the worst case scenarios, there needs to be a healthy structural improvements in this sector. Keep pinging Zero, poor guys in the stream. I know! I really want Zero in the stream as well. That'd be pretty cool. Be pretty cool indeed. But can I say again, thank you for everyone who's here today. Good to be playing Suzerain again. This is not Acacia or nor Lesbia. You're talking about Swordland, in which the healthcare is free for now, with people who have their lives depending on a service that's free to them. Messing with that structure will definitely hurt us politically in the future. I know that for sure. But the choice is yours, Mr. President. I mean, Lucian hasn't really led us wrong. We promote privatisation and allow the private sector to invest in by government properties. We keep healthcare in state control. Don't allow any private investment that could endanger core health services. I like that there is private healthcare in the world, and I understand that. But I think of the UK where I'm from, and if we didn't have, say, the NHS, this free service, a lot of things would be in trouble. I'm keeping it healthcare and state control. I feel lots about the devil on your other shoulder. I like how you say the devil on your other shoulder, like you're not the devil and the devil when it's you two. I'm going to keep private health... I'm going to have healthcare and state control. I've made the decision. That could endanger core health services. As you wish, the health services shall remain in public hands. Good choice. I'm sad you're missing there. Now let's get to the big question of how we spend the extra funds dedicated to the Ministry of Health. I urge you to consider these proposals. We could build new hospitals where necessary, divert funds to increase the salaries of health workers, or invest in enhancing existing treatment facilities in rural areas. Each of these options presents a unique path towards improving healthcare access quality across Swordland. New hospitals have ensuring that boost our popularity. Increasing salaries should have good effect for our doctors, nurses, and other staff who work so hard for our citizens. Improving treatment in rural areas is a must. Would prevent mistreatment, disease, and sickness. It's rural areas, isn't it? Now, I will allow you to say yes or no. It's just a yes or no. Will improving treatment in rural areas help me with polio? Yes or no? That's the one I'm feeling. I'm feeling it's coming from rural areas. If we increase the treatment, I agree that doctors, nurses, and other staff should be paid significantly more. But that's a different issue. But I think improving, honestly, I agree with morals, but it's going to start with repression. That's fair. That's fair. But what are we thinking? What are we thinking? I think number 3. I think number 3. Let me know, my peoples. Let me know, my advisors. And Bridge, you'll please chime in too, sir. Please chime in too. Have you all chime in? All opinions go far here. What are the options? So it's building hospitals, which you literally say would boost our popularity. It's increasing salaries should have a good effect for doctors, nurses, and other staff who work so hard for our citizens. Or improve treatment in rural areas as a must would prevent mistreatment, disease, and sickness. I do think that number 3 would be the right option, personally. But we'll see. I will get your guys' opinions on this, though. Because we can increase the salaries, which has good effect on the people involved, for the staff. But then it doesn't necessarily increase the services we provide. Whereas improving treatment in rural areas is a must to prevent mistreatment, disease, and sickness, when obviously our rural areas are seeing polio. That's what the article said. Let me reread it. Second one sounds more structural. Okay, so paying for people. Okay. Where was the one that's mentioned polio? Is it Swordland today? No, it's in Swordland today. Oh, Swordland today is gone, apparently. It's not letting me in. I like the third one too. Okay. Where is it? I literally read a... one about polio. I bet it was in Swordland today. I wonder why. I wonder if that's why I can't open it. They don't want me looking back and seeing the article about polio. Cathedrals in the deserts, as we say in Italian. Ooh, I really like that saying. Cathedrals in the desert. Ooh, that's a really good way of putting it. So morals, I was saying, keeping public, at least ask you to go with your gut, as this is not the least you'll have recreation. polio. I'm going with my gut. I'm increasing treatment in rural areas. Sad reality is that our rural clinics are woefully outdated, ill-equipped, and understaffed. This stark disparity between urban and rural healthcare is a major contributor to the high maternity and mortality rates and prevalence of other diseases in our rural communities. Just because we're used to the phenomenon. Oh, what? The government, look, we've built hospitals. There's literally no one there. Addressing this issue is one of the key objectives in the term, and I believe an overhaul of the rural healthcare infrastructure is a critical step in that direction. We're seeing an uptick in minor outbreaks in specific regions. It's a very cool saying, cathedrals in the desert. I really like that. That's a really good saying. It's largely due to the outdated facilities that lack proper hygiene standards and equipment. We can proceed with the decision, Mr. Benamor. I'm just going to proceed. I understand these two, what they could do, but we'll proceed with the decision, Mr. Benamor. In my book, The Unfortunate Man, I depicted the hardships of a poor mining family, a vivid illustration of stark health inequalities in our society. As Minister of Health, I strive to rectify these disparities. Therefore, I believe improving treatment in rural areas should be our course of action, Mr. President. Best to consider the political advantages of each one, as well as the practical advantages before making a decision. A few minutes went by in contemplation as the moment to make a decision came near. Building new hospitals, improve rural health. Improve rural treatment by hiring health staff and upgrading equipment in rural areas. Increase salaries of doctors, nurses, and other health staff with incentives for rural areas. Build new hospitals where they are needed. Access to health food available for all. Improve rural treatment. What do I think? New contracts for improvement will be drawn up immediately. Well, that wraps up our discussion for now. Very well. Fruitful meeting nevertheless. Nice and short. Thank you for the meeting. Pascal gathered his documents and left along with Lucian. Whoa! Go up! News. Geopolitico. Thousands protest the new governor of Hedgeland. That's not looking good, the global political landscape is at the moment. Let me just check these. Oh, really? You know what? I'll be honest with you. I never actually played Life is Strange. I've got to be fair. Ooh, quality rural health services. Nice. Want to increase our mortality rate? We're not going to be known as the worst country for that. Break my heart. Read the Welland report. Welland border report. Chief of the Armed Forces, Velkin Kruger, reported that the Wessex Armed Forces are moving north towards the town of Vernon. On their way, many Bluish villagers were assaulted, and initial reports indicate a high death toll. They're very close to the border. Wessex Army's movement will be closely observed. Many displaced refugees from the battles have been seen moving towards the Swedish border. They have been turned around forcefully to ensure the complete defence of the border. Control. Oh, I know of the game, but I don't think I ever played it, admittedly. I'll be truthful. I've never played Control. Still kicking on a Gen 90s nostalgia. I mean, I'm not from the 90s. I'm from early 2000s. Or 2000. So I will say I'm literally a millennium baby. So it's very easy for me to remember my age. It's minus 2000. I think I've watched some gameplays. That's why you're so bad? Excuse me, Bridge. Bill time. Central Bank Reinforcement Act. The CBR bill has been passed by the GNA. The Central Bank Reinforcement Act, led by Evenet Agnot and the GNA, intends to bolster the strength and stability of Scotland's national currency and bolster the overall economy. The Grand National Assembly advocates for the following measures. I need to read these properly. Section 1 mandates the accumulation of foreign exchange reserves. By buying foreign currencies, especially those of Scotland's main trading partners, the central bank can exert more control of the value of our currency. Section 2 outlines the adoption of prudent fiscal policy. By reducing the national debt and limiting budget deficits, the country can present itself as a more stable economic entity, attracting foreign investment, improving our credit rating, which in turn would enable us to borrow at a lower interest rate if necessary. 3 proposes increased legal informational support for industries with high export potential, such as our emerging electronics sector in Gelsord, wine production in Borren, and pharmaceuticals manufacturing in Lackhaven. By increasing exports, the demand for our currency on the international market will rise, thus strengthening its value. Yes, I think that's quite good. I think that's good. That sounds good. But I don't like that the central bank can control our... Oh? Is that good? Well done. Keep Lance in line. The new generation of this is never able to keep focused. Is that good or is that bad? Is that good or is that sounded good to me, but is that bad? Help! Wait, does Edith like us? Edith kind of liked us. It's the bruh. It's the bruh. That bruh is cold. That scared me. Because I'm bad at reading these. I'm waiting on it. No, I was talking about bridge. Oh, okay. We're happy with me signing this. I agree with this. Are we all in agreement? I agree with this. I agree. Oh, I will be put into -6, but we can live with that. It's like, what, -7, -8? What? Bridge has said, pause. Hold it there. I think I would sign it. All right. Robo agrees. Sorry, Bridge. Start the crystal. Oh. Economy. Protection measures. Haha, I agree. Consistent economy. Well, -6. What's the worst we could get? -10. We'll be fine. Central Band Act, Stronghold for Swordland. Op-ed, a misguided attempt at control. Bit of them. Right, whole sword. Talks with friends Richter on the upcoming vote. Office of President of Swordland Marine Palace. The preparations for the new constitution were nearly complete. Soon we are going to propose in the Grand National Assembly. A huge step for our administration. But we desperately needed more support. That's why I had invited friends Richter. Aha, yeah. The man who looks a bit like Henry Cavill. For a chat about the upcoming vote. He and his party held the key to our success. We met in the presidential office at the end of the day. He arrived in his signature navy blue suit and handed me a box of famous Caucasian chocolates before settling down on the couch. Oh, friends. Friend. Good to have you here, Mr. Richter. Thank you for the gift. You're a fan of Caucasian, aren't you? Oh, it's nothing, Mr. Rain. He took a folder from his briefcase and flipped it open. I could see the scribbles he'd made on the margins of my draft proposal. I have to say, I'm surprised with this proposal you prepared for the new constitution, or you do not understand your reasoning behind some of the changes. What's on your mind? Don't get me wrong, I like your draft, as I've already stated. We're going to need this party support, okay? I'm just shocked you listened to our demands. Decreasing the electoral threshold and term limits. That's more than we hoped for. How does the USP feel about that, Mr. President? Is this political suicide, or did you actually manage to get the party behind your changes? The USP is in agreement. It is up to you to support it now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no, I don't like the uh-oh. Miss Tory didn't seem extremely enthusiastic about the new constitution, and sure you'll have all the votes you needed. I believe that Chief Justice has her ear, and the Old Guard is doing their best to make sure you fail. Are you aware that the Old Guard has been reaching out to even PFJP members? Hope you're doing something to contain this mess. Not sure debt control policies can be a delicate matter. If you focus on that, the economy is led into stagnation just for the sake of big funds lending money to country. Don't risk unbalancing state expenditures and needing further debt. Also, currency is delicate too as it affects inflation and import and export. I think so just to set this bounder for a bridge, I think our economy is so bad, we need something major to happen. We need something major to happen. And I don't like the uh-oh case. Devil on the shoulder. Yeah, you need friends if you want to reforms. So when I hear him get worried, I get worried. Right. Devil. Lead me through this. Who would have thought? Of course they are, but we shouldn't worry. Number 2? Number 2? I need agreement here, sir. Number 2? I think number 2. Unless you have something else you say could be better, but I'm thinking number 2. My hand is hovering over number 2. I feel number 2 twitching in my fingers, in my toes. So what are the options? So the options are, my hands are tied, we just need to focus on the upcoming vote. Number 2 is, who would have thought? Of course they are, but we shouldn't worry. Number 3 is, you're saying the PFJP can be bought. I don't want to say they can be bought, that doesn't sound good. My hands are tied, again, doesn't sound good, but who would have thought of it? Of course they are, but we shouldn't worry. That feels good. That feels like, oh, well, they are, but don't worry about it. But I don't know if he's going to be like, well, what do you mean don't worry about it? Yeah, 2? Yeah, no, it's like, People's Freedom and Justice Party, it's like they're just trying to basically get votes from people who are our own part. So you have a plan. But even if the changes pass in Assembly, how are you going to win the Supreme Court over when your draft takes away the Justice's immunity? We have a few connections on the inside. I'm going to handle that. Trust me, the Justice care about money more than anything else. If we unite together, they'll be forced to support us. I think number 3 is a pretty solid statement. But he can be like, well, yes, but he's a liberal reformer and they are liberal parties, so we can work with him. Yes. Yeah, so if they work with us, we can... Obviously, we're doing loads of reforms. We're not keeping the country on the way it was. We're reforming everything to make it more fair for everyone. Is our aim bridge. So we're trying to create a new world. I think number 1 or number 3, but I'm leaning towards number 3. Do I have agreement, gentlemen? I'm looking for agreement from Bridge and Robo Napoleon that on option 1 is we have few connections on the inside. I'm going to handle that. Or number 3, if we unite together, they'll be forced to support us. I'm leaning towards number 3 because I don't want to give our hand away that we have connections, but then that might help necessarily pass it because they'll be like, oh, okay, well, you've got a plan then. Yeah, 3. Bridge, you good with 3, my friend? Yep, number 3. Unite together, they'll be forced to support us. I'm not so sure about that. A few justices will sympathise with us, but the ultimate decision will be up to the centrists, and also has them locked up. If we're doing this, we have to make it count. I hope that you will succeed, Mr. Rain. I respect what you're doing inside the USP. I do my best to flip the Supreme Court as well. You can count the PFJP's votes. I just want your promise that you will give us proper credit and finally do something about the unbalanced representation of our party on state television. For decades, your party has been doing whatever it could to stay in power while keeping the PFJP silent. We're on the same side. I expect you to finally acknowledge all the wrongs that have been done and act against a solid state apparatus. Full force. Well, we want his support, but we don't... Of course, I can't deny my party's disreputable actions. Of course, we're in this together. I think we're in this together. Moves peaceful, they've gone through a lot. I think we're in this together. It's solid. That's great to hear. I hope I can rely on you. In the upcoming votes, we can expect the USP to rally behind your proposal. I can assure you you'll have the PFJP's full support. Woo! I'm happy to cooperate with you, Mr. Richter. Don't doubt it, we'll change the constitution together. These people will not be a problem with your support with the reforms. Don't doubt it, we'll change the constitution together. I'm looking forward to it. Was there anything else? Before you leave, I'd like to list a few things I've heard about you. Oh, no, Mr. Richter, thank you for coming. I'm looking forward to our cooperation. What do we need to hear about, Mr. Richter? What have we heard about him? Do we need to address a few things? Or not really? I don't want to shake the boat because I can't remember why we should shake the boat. But I'm assuming just letting him go is the best option. But if we need to talk to him about certain things, I'd like to have a talk on that. It's okay to let him go? I want to lean towards number 1, but I don't know if I've missed something, Robo. I wouldn't mind taking your knowledge from previous experience with the game there. If there's anything else I need to talk to him about. So our 2 options are basically talk to him, let him go, or talk to him. Do a formal coalition. I'd say keep it safe with 1. I'm thinking keeping it safe with 1. No, you can even work with them enough to even form a coalition government with them if you're good at maneuvering. Ooh. I think keep it safe with 1. Bridge, you're good with 1. Jace, are you good with 1? I'm thinking 1. I'm good with you on that one, Bridge. No, the devil's on my shoulders taught different things. I'm clicking 1. No, Mr. Richter, thank you for coming. I look forward to our cooperation. We shook hands. It's nice to have a president that we can finally have a dialogue with. He laughed. I'll see you in the history books. Have a nice evening for now. Left the room. Oh, up, go up, buddy. News. Swordland today. Victory Day celebrations. Rain meets Richter. Haven times. Richter backs Rain's reforms. Nice. Good to hear. Good to hear. Anything new in the world? Here, open information. Homelessness. Burgess Special Zone. Holy Site. Yeah, 0 would say 2. It's a very anti-occasion choice. It's largely to basically interrogate. I go 1. Okay. I'm glad I made the choice with 1. Whole Sword. Award company contract. Read the report. Read the report. The yesterday's Party Conference, PFJP, Friends Richter announced they would be given his full support to the Constitution Change proposed by the USP. He asked the members of his party to follow him in his endeavour and set aside the differences for a greater good of the country. I like it. How are we doing now? Do we get an idea of how... We've got connections, we've got factions, legislative. The USP takes 130, PFJ 70, NFP 40, and I think we've got some independents. So we're actually doing okay. Actually, no, we don't really have the independents, admittedly. But we've got Gloria Tory, Friends Richter, they like us. So that's really good. Because we have, who's this one? The USP, yeah, Gloria's still on our side. PFJP, Friends Richter's on our side. Don't know if Hibner is on our side, but so long as we have these two, at least, we've got the 70 there, we've got enough votes with that? Yeah, easy. So we should be good. We might have some, people pull away, but we'll see. Old Guard 5, 3 and 3. So we need the centrists and the reformists on our side. So we're going to have to see how that goes. Aren't we? Right. Let's award the company contract. We're going to -8. No! I thought we paid enough. The SCC, Underhaul Construction, Taurus Holding companies put forward their bids in hopes of winning the government contract for the ambitious investment project. Which company should pick the lead project? Underhaul Construction, Taurus, or Swordfish State Corporation? This one, I'll let Robo choose, just because I can't remember which one I picked before. So I want the one that you think will do the best. Or will do the best, admittedly. This I don't want to... Obviously, I'm going to spend money on now, but I want it to be the best outcome. I think we went for Taurus Holdings last time? No, they had an issue and had setbacks. So I wouldn't mind your opinion on this. That's because I know you got the most experience with these groups, whereas I have kind of forgotten which one I went for last time. I think it was Taurus, but I need to double check that. I'm not 100%. My good people, I'll be going too tired. Have a great stream. Bridge Bud, thank you so much for being here, my friend. My dear mod, goodbye. I will be catching you around, bud. I hope to see you again soon. You have a good one, and I will be seeing you in a bit, Bridge. You have a good one, bud. Catch you around. Thank you for being in. So if you did well enough with Gloria, you should put full USP in line, and friend seems to like you, so all hinges on Gloria. Oh, and the MPFG will hate you. But they're racist a-holes. Grim. In the meantime, behave in the meantime. Bridge. Which one is the NFA? Oh, sort of National Front Party. Okay, if there's any National Front, I'm getting a rough idea of what they might be. We have a few of those here. Underhaul Construction, Taurus Holding, or Swordfish State Corporation. Jace! Decisions your president demands. What's his name? Oh, she went to bed. Sad. Underhaul, Taurus, or Swordfish State? I need an answer, Jace. I need an answer. Jace, we have 20 seconds before the decision has to be made, dear friend. Dun-dun. Dun-dun. Oh, hold on, fair enough. You must be quick, my friend. Underhaul is the one that tried to bribe her, if I'm correct. Taurus Holding was the one that caused us issues before, and I think Sawdust is just us, basically. I'm going to go to -8, which I think puts us into bad stuff. But we've pulled it back. We'll pull it back again. So long as the growth is up, we'll make money. So look on the bright side. We'll get there. We'll get there. I wish I can convert my personal money to government budget, but I know the government budget is significantly more than what I am worth. Country overview. Oh no, that's that over there. Codex entry. Oh, this is what we've done so far. Ah. Oh no. Oh wait, that isn't quite what I thought it meant. Characters. Pie leaders. Former presidents. Family. Dina Rain. Daughter. Right. Come on. Come on, bird. We've got it. We need to make a choice. I'm thinking Taurus. I feel like I'm making much bigger of a case for it, but if you said hold on, I'm worried now. you have a good breakdown of them all and their reasonings. Watching some YouTube, you know what you signed up for. You're on episode 4. So, give your nasty opinion to yourself. It's not good. I'm getting quite a few views on the YouTube video. I like it. Nice saucy. That's really funny. That's really funny. Unless my sister's left a really funny comment on my YouTube video. That's really funny. I love that. Oh, what a joke. Let you choose. Underhaul abuses their workers. Taurus is new, but can be very touchy on workers' rights, so look out for that. Sawdust is the state, which if you want to be more liberal, you should avoid. Very touchy on workers' rights, so try to provide an overview. Okay. Taurus abuses their workers. Taurus is new, but very touchy on workers' rights. Alright, Taurus. Done. Done. Right, -8. We'll recover. Let's set update on situation of education. Yeah, let's do that. Let's get the update. Thank you for that. So yeah, Taurus is what we went for. See how it goes. After a meeting with the rector and a brief tour of the University of Valgum, we gathered in a room with Kiara. The entire campus was visible from the windows. Students were reading books, studying, and having picnics under the trees. Reminding me of my own times at the University of Culture, at least the more carefree moments. Reminiscing about the past. Yes, I had ups and downs, but it was still fun. How were your university years? How were your university years? Deflect. The usual story, a few friends dead, a couple of them missing after a coup. Oh, and I was almost arrested once. No good memories, should try a bit more optimistic. What for? Protesting against police brutality. Ironic, isn't it? We're going to recover. President lands 10 days before economy collapses. We've got no projected growth and we're -8 budget. Don't read it. Let's not get sidetracked. I want to start off by saying this. It comes as a welcome surprise in Sawdish politics to see a president uphold their promises regarding education. I'm making sure that the additional funds are being used in the best way possible in order to resolve structural issues. Speaking of, I want to thank you for allowing me to lead our education system in the right direction. By removing nationalistic indoctrination and traditional teachings, we've unlocked the potential of the next generation. The students of now will thank us in the future President reign. For we have unlocked the potential of critical thought in this society desperately needed. In this way, you've surpassed all the leaders before you. Solda needs visionaries like you to reform, to become something better. Solda needs visionaries like you to reform, to become from something better. You're onto something promising and grand, Mr. President. She nodded and brought out a stack of papers from her bag. Spinning her ballpoint pen, she went through the papers, organising some of them together. Our ministry has prepared the necessary framework regarding how to spend our increased education budget. I've outlined 3 potential options. We can build new rural schools, improve the standard of existing ones, or increase salaries for all education workers. We have the capacity to implement only one of these options. How about a plan to build new rural schools? The issue is very critical, as we are losing many young people to ignorance and illiteracy. Solon's rural population is full of untapped potential. With enough education, these people could be an asset to our workforce and society. Look how Utacontana is pushing past Acacia in education and research, because most of their rural populace has access to schools. Why should we increase the salaries of educational workers? The job itself could be held in higher regard and compensated accordingly. There are people who have chosen to dedicate themselves to the betterment of others, to helping raise the next generation. We ought to give them what they deserve. What does improving rural schools entail? Where to start? At the very least, they need new equipment and materials. Many of these schools are facing a shortage of desks and textbooks. The ones that haven't been updated since before the Sol administration. Teachers lack the resources to give Swordish youth a proper education. It was as if they don't go to school at all. I'm ready to decide. She puts the pen down and look at me. Build new rural schools, increase the salaries of teachers, improve rural education by purchasing new materials. I think increase our access to education, even if it's bad, say education. I know she said that, without the proper equipment is bad, but I think increasing the amount that can go to school is already helping. Even if we're not improving necessarily the school system, we have reformed it. And then with that, we can, allow more people to go to school. I think the first one, build new schools, our primary goal must be to increase access to education. I think that is it. Your opinion, Jace? So number 1, build new rural schools, or number 3, improve rural education. But I'm thinking number 1. Thinking number 1. So I'd love to know what year it is in game right now. I mute it so you can't hear the cracking, but my spine is missed. Number 1. I'm hovering over it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, Jace, no decision. We're gonna do it. I'm picking. I've made the decision. We're gonna do number 1. Feels gratifying that we're finally serving the people directly. We'll pass it down to the ministry. That's all there is for now. I've talked with Miss Suno to schedule some time to discuss the curriculum. She's a very astute woman, your secretary. You may want to consider promoting her. We'll meet again very soon. Thank you for your effort. Keep up the good work. See you at our next meeting. Gara puts the papers back in her bag and left the meeting room. Okay. What's happened? Agreement started. Situation update. Accessible education. Yay! Accessible rural education. So helping rural areas. We're doing more hospitals there. Well, helping people there. And then, doing bits. Court, press freedom and UC, admission space. Cool. On here. CSP's Unity Conference in Gownland. Scroll this down so if anyone wants to read it later, it's there. Person versus Swordsland concurrence. Report. Would do yourselves view Ah, no, we don't want to go to the Supreme Court, do we? Oh, wait a minute, what's that? Gasom State shares divestment. The state can sell its shares in Gasom with varying budgetary results. Ooh. Whole sword. We might as well. Given the financial landscape revealed by Gasom report, a strategic decision on the divestment of the shares in Gasom looms. It's now possible to consider selling an amount of our stake in the company or keep our shares for potential future profit share. The future outcome will vary based on the active share price of the company. Ooh. What would that mean? So 2/3 of the shares, or we could keep potential profit in the future. Ooh. We put in so much into Gasom as well. But we are in a bit of an economic crisis. I'm gonna keep them. We're playing the long game with Gasom, people. We're playing the long game with Gasom. I believe in it. We're gonna do it. I'm gonna help them build up and change their policies when it comes to their own people. I'm not gonna stick with them now. Gary had scheduled a short meeting at the Ministry of Education to discuss the current curriculum taught at schools. The ministry building was located in the government district, right next to the Ministry of Health. It was tall, narrow, and wedge-shaped, like a slightly open book. Near the front gate, there are many statues of world-renowned scientists and thinkers. The largest, of course, was of Artvin Einstein, the greatest scientist of all time. Above the main entrance was a familiar inscription: Instreton sis angicula av blah 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 blah. Education is the premise of progress in all societies and all families. Inside the building, I was greeted by Kiara's assistant. They led me to a meeting room where she was waiting inside. She stood and gripped my hand. Good afternoon, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Kiara. I'll cut straight to the chase. A progressive reform of the Swordland education system is well underway. There's one sticking point. It involves evolution versus creationism. As it currently stands, schools across Swordland can decide whether to include evolution, creationism, or both in their curriculum. Rural schools often decide in favour of creationism only, which puts students at a disadvantage when it comes to entering university. This effect is especially noticeable amongst young women. My suggestion is to make the teaching of evolution mandatory, preferably ban creationism altogether. For children, supernatural nonsense like creationism, I don't see a problem. Teaching children both theories. That'd be one way to compromise, yes, but does creationism really help open the minds of our children? The way I see it, it promotes the blind acceptance of the world as it is, no facts or verification needed. Children should be encouraged to think critically and ask questions. Creationism and other religious teachings hinder that. I don't think we want to make an enemy of the church, though. I think that's the big thing. If we do both, it's like, okay, we don't agree with it, but at least it's happening. That's what I'm leaning for. The other point, perhaps there's no place for Christian schools regardless. I don't think schools need to ban creationism entirely. I'm going to let students decide for themselves. I'm back. Sorry about that. Nothing to be sorry about. I went for increasing school amount in rural areas. So there's more access. And then in our argument here, I'm saying that I think, so the debate now, Kiara, is do we have evolution or creationism? I've gone for both. I think there's no harm making out, I don't want to make an enemy of the church, but I also believe that should be critical thinking. Alright, so don't worry about that, Jace. I hope it's all gone well for you in real life, my friend. Honestly, that's a valid argument. I live with that. Lucian Glade knocked and entered. Excuse me, some urgent business kept me away. Welcome, Mr. Glade. Mr. President. Miss Walder. Why were you late? We were just discussing the curriculum. There are some excellent points. Very well. Let's hear them. Continuing from my previous point, it is my conviction that we should require the mandatory teaching of evolution in Swordland public schools and cut creationism completely out. If we want children from rural areas to have the same opportunities as their urban counterparts, this is the way. Opening students' minds and reducing the role of religion in schools will also lead to more equality between young men and women. Miss Walder, don't bring your pet cause into this. Mr. President, there are other considerations you may not have thought about. Although I myself believe in evolution, we must be careful not to alienate our rural conservative voter base. We owe a lot to their support. Forcing their school districts to teach evolution could irreparably damage our standing with them. Every modern nation is reducing or removing creationism in their curriculum. Yet we are supposed to allow schools to promote fundamental and, yes, sexist ideas from 1,000 years back. So is that what we're doing now? Copying what other nations are doing instead of paving our own way? If it works, why not? Look at the analysis. It's clear that the superpowers are doing something right. We should reinvent the wheel, Mr. Glade. You speak as if we don't import any influences from other countries. That's not what I said. The voices started to get louder and louder. I held up my hands for silence! We'll still allow for creation as we taught alongside evolution. Kiara, you could live with that. Evolution is the way forward. Creationism has no place. Schools should be able to teach creationism exclusively. I think both, to be honest. Yes, although I won't like it, I still believe schools are no place for religion. I won't like it either. You have to prepare to lose a lot of voters. Or I'll look me in the eye. It's your decision. Don't forget, future generations saw the youth are counting on you. The current system, evolution will not be mandatory in schools that wish to teach creationism exclusively may do so. I'll make teaching of evolution mandatory. Schools may promote creationism alongside it if they wish. That's what I'm thinking. Unfortunate, but we'll have better outcome than banning creationism altogether. I disagree. Rejecting creationism would have been a signal that we are redirecting them towards a scientifically and technologically advanced future. They turned and looked at each other. Lucian lifted his eyebrow and Kiara held his gaze for a couple of seconds. I mean, ended shortly after. I'm trying to remember what I was taught about evolution in school. Look, growth is up! Growth is up! Yes! I'm quickly gonna go for a pee. I'm gonna run an ad while I do that, and I will be back in just a minute. I'm taking a minute ad. Back in a mo. Away, Grey Malkin, away! Back returning. I tucked Dingbat into bed. I had to. She's a cute cat. Ooh. Ooh. Sorry about the wait there. Right, we're back. Sorry about the wait there. Right, let's look at the news. There's a lot in the news. Sarah raises a bluish question. Dare prepares for day of dissension. Nationalise the big four now. Sorted today. Creationism or evolution. Rain says both. Katana. Decided to enforce teaching evolution in public schools. We can expect to see some pushback against decisions, especially in Swordsman's rural areas where creationism will be the default. And did specify that the teaching of creationism will still be allowed, but this may not be enough to mollify religious conservationists and the left-wingers who are going for creationism to be banned. Privatisation in the future of Swordland. Rain's curriculum compromises forces schools to evolve slightly. An ideological chess game in Rika. Overview, economy, situation. England economic stabilizers and policies, evolution, creationism. Okay, let's look at our reports. Report from Vargan is suffering the effects of economic recession, with unemployment spiking and many small businesses shuttering. The larger agricultural concerns are now expecting that to wave the layoff as sales slow. One operations and mixed success. Australians operating against British Freedom Front to a close. The consensus is that while Welland's army went a long way towards neutralising the British threat, there were many preventable casualties. And despite Welland's best efforts, not all hideouts have been eradicated, and anti-Smolak sentiments will light and higher amounts of remaining insurgents. The balancing of the ATO, language more prepared by Kisaro. We will aim to unify Swedish education while making Swedish the only language accepted in educational institutions, including specific foreign language studies. No! I can already see how that's going to go. Yes, just ban their language. I'm sure they'll be fine with it. Jen, attend the Victory Day event. Whole sword lobbying effort in the assembly. Let's attend the Victory Day. Presidential state car rode to Jen. Sarge drove us to the city of Jen, a stronghold of Swordish nationalists, for an event organised by the opposition parties to discuss current events. In reality, it was probably a publicity stunt to show Swordland that the leaders of the assembly could sit around the same table. The National Front. Yeah, I now that you mention it, read carefully. I've been reading everything so critically after that first mistake we made at the beginning of the series before you were even involved. And you were like, well, if you're doing this, why have you done that? I was like, what do you mean I've helped the parties? And when I reread it, I realised it was completely isolating smaller parties. That's why now we're being very careful to read everything fully to make sure there's no little hidden caveat in there to go against us. Best character in game. Best character. I wish I had helped pay for his daughter's education or children's education. The National Front Party, which governed the city, undoubtedly has the biggest hand in the organisation of the meeting. It was not a coincidence that it fell on Victory Day. Today was a day of special symbolic importance for Swordland. Every year on the 14th of March, proud patriots of all ages gathered to celebrate the end of the Swordish Civil War and Tarquin Sol's victory. Jen had survived one of the worst atrocities of the war, and its Victory Day celebrations was most jubilant in all of Swordland. Originally, only Peter and I were scheduled to attend. After learning about new developments with the Ishval Ersin case, Nia Morgner was invited as well. Representatives from both the PFJP and PNFP have told us they wanted to talk about the case in more detail. Not everyone will be happy. Yes. Neither party hold sword first. Peter and I left on our own a little later. Well, it's like, heck, even peace is optional sometimes, literally. It's like we had the choice in the schools of keeping it as it was, but I don't like that. Again, we're reforming a country, and obviously it's not going to make everyone happy. We're still going to push back, but I think for the whole, it'll be good. I think our people will appreciate what we've done. In the future, even if it's not in our lifetime, we're going to have effects. He was sitting next to me in the presidential car, skimming through the morning newspaper in silence. Suddenly, Sudge rolled down the soundproof window. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, about to arrive at Gen Centre of Culture. Miss Morgan has already arrived and she'll be waiting for you. Peter raised his head to look out the window. He folded a newspaper and laid it beside him. Wow, that was too comfortable of a drive to have been this fast. So yeah, I wasn't joking. Surge is the best. Not gonna lie, my first Rizia where I went to war, run I went to war. I like it. I can't wait to see what Rizia is like, because I don't know. I don't know when it's set, if it's run the same time as this or different. No kidding, my driver set there can't hold a candle to him. But I sure wouldn't mind navigating her danger. Shut up, Serge. Peter laughed. Nah, drive you guys more often. Can't believe I could actually read on the go. You're embarrassing me, sir. I'm no special man. It's the Cadler. Serge took a left turn and drove through the tiny streets of Gen. The city looked surprisingly clean and well maintained. There were no sign of destruction in the city suffered during one of the heaviest battles of the Civil War. We slowed down in front of the colourful plaza overlooking a massive concrete building with a giant sign that read, Gen, Centre of Culture. Looks like the NFP mayors have really transformed the city. Wasn't this an abandoned warehouse for the longest time? I believe it used to function as the rebel militia base during and a little while after the Civil War. Oh right, the Black Battalion. It's been a while since I heard that name. Sorry to bring it up. May it never be spoken again. So I stopped the car and went outside to hold our doors. Here we are, sirs. I hope you have a great day. We got out of the car and walked towards the entrance of the buildings. Every spot around us is decorated with flags of Swordland. The comically large amounts of flags almost fully enveloped the buildings around the plaza in maroon, white and gold. At the entrance, Kizaro Kibana, the head of the National Front Party, was waiting for us in his iconic brown suit, watching the sky. Not gonna lie, I couldn't find my trousers, but I actually have a brown suit that I love. And I was actually gonna wear it on the streams originally until I realised this suit is black. Then I decided not to. Since your king doesn't serve terms and it lasts longer, you even get to meet yourself as King of Rizia. As in, you get to meet Anton Rain after his election. Oh, that's really cool! I really like that! I wonder if the effects you have in your game will affect it. I imagine not, but it'd be very cool if it does. It changes your political stance with me. So look at this guy, so full of himself. How did this clan convince the PFJP to have a trilateral talks with them anyway? Probably the same way we're here. Remember, it's Victory Day. Honestly, it's more so about friends. He's a dangerous, competent man, Peter. We should be cautious with him. I agree. Seeing us arrive, Kizaro approaches us with a smile. When you've a moustache that thin, you're dangerous. You're dangerous, because that takes a lot of effort to make that perfect. I don't like the idea of Rizia, though. I can't wait. But don't say any more about the Rizia campaign. I'm just saying, no spoilers. This has to be completely raw. Um, I'll show you the bits I'm thinking of getting for that. It should be good. Should be good. I'm excited for the Rizia DLC. Thank you for being here on this glorious day, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President. As for the former mayor of Jen, it's an honor to welcome you to this fine city. Thank you, Mr. Kimmerer. Looks like you're a good mayor. Maybe you should think about running for local office again. It's good to be here. Shake his hand in silence. Thank you, Mr. Kimmerer. We shook hands. Thank you for organising this, Mr. Kimmerer. The representatives of the PFJP and Minister Morgner are already inside the private meeting room. Hopefully we'll be finished before the festivities start. Casaro gestured to the doors behind him. Shall we? Please nod. Before we go in, is there any way we can discuss how you can help the contribution changes? Please, discuss it after. Just follow me. We entered the building and walked through a massive conference hall until we approached a door towards the back of the building. We'll have the meeting here. Casaro opened the doors for us and we entered the meeting room. PFJP leader Franz Richter and his deputy Manoli Sahale were already seated at the left side of the table. So the choices to make in Sordland become canon in Rizia, and you can theoretically mess up your own Rizia run as Rain. Just don't know yet. Oh, really? Oh, become canon in Rizia. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, we're like gonna make sure Rizia does well. Okay, interesting. Don't say any more. Don't say any more. Don't say any more. I don't want any spoilers for it. That's really interesting. Now I was thinking to our effect that. Woo! I love the developers of this game. Pick them up on their lip. It's a side though. As soon as we entered, Nia came down to greet us. After showing our seats, Kazaro sat down next to his deputy, Romus Holstrom. Which one's Romus Holstrom? That's Romus. This is a meaningful day. Thank you for coming here on behalf of the parties. But despite the festive atmosphere, we in the PFJP want to raise a few important concerns about the worrying state of affairs in Sordland. Kazaro stopped for a moment to check his notes. Very worrying indeed. Mr. Richter and his analysts have been working on an analysis of the blood problem. As soon as they brought it up, we gave our support without reservations. The blood problem? Blood problem? Mr. Hot. I'm sorry to interrupt, but the analysis is about racism and radicalisation in Sordland. And our main topic is the case of Urson v. Sordland. Please don't try to spin it. Of course, Mr. Sahale and Mr. Holstrom wanted to point out that this that was focused mainly on topics related to Bluish people. Oh no, I've messed up my voice. I can't do it anymore. I forgot what it is. Why are we discussing this on Victory Day? I'm surprised the parties have conducted a joint analysis. We discussed this topic of any Bluish representation. Ooh. Project parties have conducted a joint analysis. We funded NFP for assisting in our research. Of course, this is by no means a joint analysis. Our parties have vastly different opinions. Hold on. This means we're going to turn into racist summit semi-familiarly. Yeah, but no, that will not act on anything before talking to representatives of the Bluish community. Oh god, I can't log into my normal account. That's why I started this one. That's why it's VIP. I don't know. Good luck. Let's get back on track, ladies and gentlemen. He gestures at friends. I want to give a word to Mr. Richter to explain the issue. Thank you, said Henry Cavill. Our analysis of the current tensions between the Bluish and Swordish population in Sordland displays a worrying picture. As much as I hate to say it, the threat of the Bluish Freedom Front is getting real again. The situation with Rumburg and Welland is very concerning. The increasingly discriminatory actions of the governor of Bergia are resulting in the radicalisation of many young Bluish people. Distressingly, the number of radicals has almost doubled after the implication of our armed forces in the Operation Bear Trap. I must also point out that the recruitment numbers of the BFF have significantly increased with the Nourist communists. Peter frantically looked through his papers. That is correct. The reports show that 39 Nourist sanctuaries in Bergia are now classified as red threats by the authorities. Many priests in the region are also suspected of having ties to the BFF. The Religious Harmony Bill would have directly crippled this network they established within our sanctuaries. As the threat the BFF poses is a direct one, this issue requires direct actions that would direct results. I'm disappointed by the lack of action taken by the USP administration. The bill would have unnecessarily raised the already high tensions. I'm regretting my decision to veto that bill. Your bill will have made it worse, and what would you suggest we do? Alright, I'm on my computer now. The value bill would have unnecessarily raised the already high tensions. You did very well by vetoing it, Mr. President. Our suggestion is to finally enforce the official language of our country as stated in the Constitution. We are working with the United Language Act. It is directly aimed at the breeding grounds of the Bluish Freedom Front. The police have infiltrated 32 BFF training grounds in remote towns around Bergia that pose as middle schools. Despite all the evidence, similar schools keep popping up. I don't want to do the voice of my president. The so-called activists are constantly blocking Governor Brond's attempts to stop these schools, claiming he's attacking their right to language. You can't take away the Bluish people's right to be educated in their own language. This is insane. Okay, we've got the same opinions about Kibana. Brilliant. I like his moustache though, that's the issue. I rate the moustache because it takes effort, but bad man. Also, Remus Holstrom, I can't remember the name of the actor, but he looks like the gentleman who played Caesar in Rome, or Julius Caesar in Rome, and also the man who cried. I forget his name though, so forgive me. Please read the proposal carefully. It does not take away anyone's rights, it only gives the state a way to control the radicalization in these schools that teach Bluish nationals propaganda. And according to the Constitution, the language of Sordland is Swordish. If nothing is being done to enforce that, we are breaching the Constitution. This law simply enforces it. Bootleg angry German, but Swordish. I like it. With all due respect, Mr. Governor, this bill is not strong enough. The Bluish language should be completely banned. You know, people like Mr. Hale or Miss Morgan will never vote for your watered-down bill. Remus! Zara repositioned himself in his chair and continued. True, it does not ban Bluish language or Bluish education. It will instead make Swordish mandatory to learn for everyone living in this country. This will only decrease tensions in the long term. It's a fair point, however, the wording of the bill is far too vague to work as intended. It gives the government too much power over educational institutions. I disagree. Language is quite clear and is in line with the Constitution, but we can still improve it, of course. It's true that it gives more control, but it's necessary compromise. My veto on it. Oh. Still, I'll keep it political for here, but I'll have to read it in detail to decide if I can support it. We will not allow this bill to pass the Assembly. Let's not make the statements that the party hasn't agreed on yet. Mannerly looked furious. She opened her mouth to respond, then read the room and closed it again, as if the PFJP has the influence to change the outcome. Veto that guy. That's fair. We may continue with our analysis. The situation is also connected to Rumburg. As everyone already knows, in the case of future incursion, BFF forces in Sordland could become an existential threat. One point I need to mention is that we're already working on removing the authority of the governor. With all due respect, I already received this information from Internal Affairs. Tell us something we don't know. Sound like Miss Graff. Something else being things more than you, Mr. Richter. Oh, I don't want to dismiss Mr. Richter though. Jesus, he's going to help us. One point I mentioned is that we're already working on removing the governor. Is number one a good choice there, do you think? Or number two? I feel like, with all due respect, I mean, it's not saying that we're already working on removing the governor, because that might flip a few boats, right? Maybe number two? With all due respect, I received this information. I feel like that's a good one. What's your thoughts, Jace? A little cold. Right now. Yeah, there's a claim you can't make right now as you don't know how the case will go. That's a good point. With all due respect, something I already know, something I don't know. Just let me finish, Mr. President. The Justice's time continued. That makes dealing with the armed militants crucial in the short term. I'll be honest, I myself have underestimated this threat, but judging by the current climate, a spark is all the BFF needs to start violence on a mass scale again. Unless this matches with the Ministry of Interior shared with us, but despite this fact, we believe the Ministry is hiding information from us, which is actively fueling the tensions behind the scenes. As much I now support a strict response against the BFF, it must also be coupled with the expansion of rights for the Bluish people. It's the only way to fight against radicalization. This is BFF propaganda! What rights are we talking about here? What can a sword do in Sordland that a blood cannot? You're using soft language to cover up for your willingness to negotiate with terrorists. You're a BFF apologist, Mr. Richter. Remus shouted the last sentence. Peter tapped on the table to get his attention. Please don't raise your voice, Mr. Holstrom. The mood in the room had turned sour. Is the USP that desperate for Mr. Richter's support now? Melanie bellowed out a loud laugh. Mannerly. Mr. Vecton is the last person to sway the PFJP. What's that supposed to mean? This is a mess. I thought we were here for a proper meeting. Sorry, and Peter nodded. You heard the man. Hello! Hello, Philip. This is my first ever playthrough, yes. I decided to dress the same as President Rain for this playthrough. So welcome in, Philip. Let me give you the full presidential treatment. Haha! President Rain, or President Lancer. Welcome in. Really enjoying this first playthrough. So I don't know how far we're in, technically. I don't know how the game lasts. I know our economy doesn't look good, but we're on a growth. We're on growth. I'm going for, and it's going to sound silly, what feels morally right, considering I basically helped this game's version of Saddam. Trust me, I have a few devils on the shoulder giving me advice. I'm enjoying it. Trying to do a big reform in the game. That's my aim. Have a big reform, help as many people as possible. So yes, everyone in the chat I consider my personal advisors, which is very fun, actually. We're enjoying it so far, so please stick around, give your opinions, but know that I'm going down what I feel is morally right to everything else. Now, I'm guessing you're a Suzerain fan, because you've said first playthrough. You said first playthrough. Now, I'm imagining that means you've played a lot. I'd imagine. Played this game a number of times. I love it, but it's fair and fail play. Slightly better play than good ending. Use walkthrough perfect ending. Okay. Slightly better play than good ending. Use walkthrough perfect ending. Okay, so it's... I get it. It's basically, unless you know exactly what you're doing, yeah. It's a difficult game. You know what? That's what's making me love it. And I like that this game's attracting Suzerain fans. Like, we've had quite a few people that are like, oh my god, so good to meet you. Getting along. So I think we're going to have fun with it. I think we're going to have a lot of fun with it. But welcome in, Philip. If I'm ever streaming again, if you give me a follow, you'll see when I'm live. If you ever are interested in speaking to other people who really enjoy Suzerain, I have a Discord linked in my bio where there's quite a few people there already. But please, sit back, relax, and hopefully enjoy. You heard the man. Please finish your point, Mr. Richter. Yes, our administration should take all possible opportunities. Thank you so much for the follow, and that is Dingbat the cat just below. She's in bed right now sleeping. But there she is. But thank you for the follow, Philip. Yes, our administration should take all possible opportunities to expand the rights of our bluish populace while stamping out the BFF militants in parallel. This must be a long-term strategy. However, we require your support with a more pressing matter. This might have very significant consequences for our bluish citizens and may serve as a dangerous trigger if we're not careful. French gestured at Mallory. Carefully placed several pieces of paper in front of her. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, and Miss Minister. As you already know, there's a major Supreme Court case at the moment. Ishval Urson is suing the governor of Bergia, Felix Bron, for infringing upon the liberties of the Bluish people and demands that the constitution be revised. Because of the arguments and the implications, Felix Bron, and consequently, the very constitution of Sordland is under trial. The fact is, he needs to be punished and the constitution must be reviewed. I'm aware of this case. In fact, we're already working on revoking the special zone. We're already aware of this case. Please explain. I'll say this to explain more. He raises a hand and spoke. I was actively involved in this case. Because of the implications of the Constitution, there was no way the Supreme Court will agree with Ishval Urson on all of the points. Not if all three parties of the Assembly support Urson together. We can put pressure on them, and we only need them to agree on a few of those points. Listening. If that's the decision. So we're trying to get this to go through, right? We're trying to get rid of the special zone to prove that they're being systemically racist. So give you an idea, Philip, in moments like these, I like asking what to do. Oh! So Jace has no idea. Robo Napoleon has no necessary idea in this situation. Oh, pardon me. Let's think of... Ooh, interesting. And I think... Oh, the growth. I know, right? It's up. I didn't realise it. It went from drastically down to slightly up, which is great. Why do you think this influenced the court's decision? This never happened before, Mr. President. Surely you cannot ignore us if all three parties are united and if we provide them with analyses. Yeah, that can happen. Besides, if the NFP can see the necessity of de-escalation, I'm sure the Solace judges can too. There are two different outcomes to this, but I won't say what They are. Decide carefully, okay. Hope you're right. You must be hopeful. What's the significance of this case? I'll be straight with you, Mr. President. If the court rules against Urson, this will most likely turn into a BFF campaign for Bluish Revolution. I ask everybody to recognise this. I and the NFP are ready to push for de-escalation and aid our nation during this dangerous time. I'll be completely honest. I'd never have expected that from you. Remus was visibly annoyed but kept himself silent. Because the case is now in the hands of the Supreme Court, this ruling will influence all future implementation of the law and the decision-making of the lower courts. We have the Minister of Justice here with us too. I'm sure she would not disagree with what I just said. And he did not comment but nodded. I'm afraid Mr. Kibner is right about this. If the court ignores this case now, this may turn into something massive. Therefore, we have to put pressure on the court not to escalate that already high tensions. We're happy the court ignores it. Someone will not be threatened or blackmailed by some massive response by a group of people. None of all this, the Supreme Court must make a decision independently. So it's not our jurisdiction lawmakers are here. And the court ignores it. Yeah, so I'm looking at times. I will just ask, what do you think the best option is for this desired outcome? And I will say what my thoughts are and to get your opinions on those thoughts. But I think one of the things we ran into a few streams ago, or last stream, was I was asking every single question. Like, all right, I want to get this ending. How do I get it? And I realised it was probably not the best way to play. So I'm going to lead it and then ask my fine advisors, which is you, the viewer, see what you think. In my opinion, that would be the preferred outcome. If enemies do truly live within our borders, I'd rather have them show their true faces earlier than later. It's exactly what those damn rums want. They're readying for war and waiting to use the tension to side sword them against us. I'm going to throw this out and allow that happen. I'll be honest with you, I'm not feeling very comfortable talking about British rights with the NFP. Yes, I want to be re-elected, and then before I do a replay of this, because I know obviously you can replay quite a few times in this game, I will be doing the Rizia DLC first, and then this. Very exciting. That's fine. Sorry, I had a message, an email. Don't worry, I'm forced to keep a hand on it. I'll be honest with you, I'm not feeling very comfortable talking about British rights with the NFP. I'll be honest with you. I understand where this comes from, Mr. President, but please do not act like we're an anti-blood party. Don't forget, we have members and supporters with blood too. Oh wow, good for you guys. What's the most likely outcome for this case? First, the most likely option is that the Supreme Court completely ignores the argument and rejects it in its entirety. Rizzi's easier did not manage to completely F up Rizzi our first playthrough like I did Sunderland. Fair enough. I get that, Philip. Well, I'm not sure if I've messed this playthrough up too much yet, but we're helping everyone, which probably is going to come with dire consequences, but we'll see. If they ignore all the points and strike against Urson, Governor Brom will be free to follow his discriminatory policies without any obstacles. And in a possible future case, the court's interpretation of Urson case will be the basis of all future rulings, which opens the way of suspending the rights of non-swords. It would effectively erase any progress that has been made regarding Bluish rights, and embolden anti-Bluish opponents to follow their actions freely. I hate the NFP. Definitely can't let that happen. Definitely can't let that happen. Disastrous for Bluish citizens. Bluish rights and BF have major issues for many decades now. I don't see how this case makes it any worse. The administration. That would be disastrous for all Bluish citizens. Exactly. That's precisely where our expectation is to see a different result this time. The stakes couldn't be higher. What's your plans and suggestions? In short, the plan is to release a unified statement to the justices declaring our support for us and explaining why this is so important. The only good result would be if the Supreme Court reiterates its commitments to the pillars of unity and solism. Mr. President, despite previously being against it, I now completely understand why Sweden still needs solism. We can unify more than ever. And Article 6 is that unity. We do not need solist unity. Casterio says Remus down and continued. If the court reiterates the definition of sword in Article 6 to an all-encompassing term, it will be acknowledged that Urson and others like him are indeed protected by rights as sword people, which they are. As a result, the resettlement policy in Deer would be reversed, opening a way for Governor Brom's removal and de-escalation of tensions in Berger. Something wrong with this. I know he wants to... Doesn't that mean the existence of Bluish people is literally not being acknowledged? Exactly. Our current constitution fails to recognise the Bluish people. It's time we abolish the inherent racism in it. Since the sword and the swords, the constitution clearly finds that in Article 6. It encompasses everybody. This shouldn't be up for debate. Yeah, it feels too off. Too off. What racism are you talking about? Solidarity is based on civil nationalism, not ethnic. I do not understand why someone would go against such a broad and inclusive law. I don't see the commies criticising their identity, Kontanen, when in fact their country is filled with different ethnicities. Given any nice Iceland what we need. I see your point, but I still don't understand why the NFP suddenly has a change of heart. It's inherently racist. Where you can compare it to the United Kontana. You're right, Mr. Governor. Hold on, I know it's in the game somewhere. Let me look at Article 6 of the Scottish Constitution. Yes! Yes, our Constitution. No, wait. Overview. Codex. Home. No, this is the people. History. I wonder if there's a timeline. There. Connections, journal, turn 6. Oh, interestingly, it tells me every single turn I make a decision. Huh, interesting. Missed history, options, news. Huh, it's interesting. Like that. Hold on, I know it's in the game somewhere. I like it. I like it. Let me find it. The answer. Just to say again, thank you for the follow, Elliot. I haven't had a follow in a few weeks, so much appreciated. Much appreciated indeed. Right, opinions. I am thinking, I don't understand why the NFP has suddenly had a change of heart. Because Katana has nothing to do with this, and Article 6 is inherently racist. Why are you even comparing to all the United Katana? Are you alright, Mr. Governor? I think number 2. What's everyone's opinions on number 2? I see your point, but I still don't understand why the NFP suddenly had a change of heart. I think that calls him out while not also completely flipping it on us. I think that's good. Article 6 of the Swordlish Constitution identifies all citizens as swords, irrespective of their ethnicity or culture. Article 7 states that every sword is equal for the law and equal rights for all citizens. Okay. It's not necessarily wrong, it's just being interpreted wrong. Okay. I think number 2. I think I see your point, but I need to understand why the NFP suddenly had a change of heart. I think number 2. Who hails with number 2? My finger hovers. I mean, 2 is the peacetime as well. The other way around is a medieval archer having their fingers cut off. Sorry, my phone wasn't open. Article 6 is roughly about if you want to give special mention to the Bloods. They are regarded as citizens since they are swords but are not specifically mentioned. Ah, okay. Okay, so we can mention the Bloods in there. Bloods, Bloods, I'm not sure. American, I agree. There's definitely maybe different ways to interpret the Constitution. Mentioned in the Constitution, yeah. So they want to be mentioned. They want to be included that, okay, the Bloods are included in our thing. Okay. Okay. I'm thinking number 2 to proceed from here, but I think the Constitution does need to mention them. It's a great way to have it, because if they're mentioned, then they know they're safe. They know it's like interpreting every citizen, including the Bluedish, the this, that, in it. We should be safe. Now, how to proceed from here? Everyone agreeing? Because I don't know. Internal subsistence, article citizen inherently racist. I don't want to call it. I feel like number 3 is quite a hard boom. But I don't know if that's what's needed. Opinions, my friends, opinions. I want to say my fellow ladies and gentlemen, but I don't think there's any ladies watching that, so gentlemen. Sets president that will be good for all Swedish citizens. I agree. Two. I agree with 2. We're good with 2. I'm thinking 2. I'm sure you'll agree, Philip. 2. Okay, since you asked 2. 2. Okay. Whew. Thank you. I see your point. But it's not a big deal. Okay. I worry sometimes I'm thinking too much into that moment. I see your point, but I still don't understand why the NFP suddenly had a change of heart. I disagree. This case is important for the greater good of the Swedish nation, as what the National Front stands for. All I'm asking is, even in United Kontana, Meleniev doesn't call himself Jovian before Kontanen, why is that Bloods cannot do the same? Why does Swordland have to be divided? You have a point, but I must point out that Kontana is the word for geographic entity, unlike sword. This is Swordland. You can subscribe to whatever idea you want, but you are a citizen. You are a sword. This is how nations work. The reality is that the Blues do not respect nor recognise the laws and authority of Swordland. They rather separate themselves from swords and protest the very laws that protect them, so they can cry about injustice and ask Swordland's enemies to come and save them. Personally, do not agree with the Blues' swords solace crap. Simplifies dialogue, so sometimes you need to for some interactions. Okay. I'd like to press my Robo Napoleon, my Jace alarm, and potentially Philip alarm there if you think I'm about to make a crazy decision coming up. Scream. I won't name those, that's fair enough. I can't believe the words being thrown around at the meeting. And what the position of the PFJP? Neither can I think it's time to wrap this up. Mr. Kibner has a point. What's the position of the PFJP? Personally, somewhat agree with Mr. Kibner on this. However, our position of the PFJP is that Article 6 does indeed discriminate against one swords. And having positive outcome for this case alone doesn't suffice. We agreed to come together in support of Ishmael Urson. But we believe our statement should include the acknowledgement of the inherent racism within the Constitution. We must use this opportunity to show the flaws in the Constitution. The court agrees that there is in fact conflict between articles, recognises discriminate, and the Hawker Court is going to listen to that. Besides, we do not agree with your inherent racism hogwash. You have to state that with your party's opinion does not reflect the NFP. We won't take part in that. That would make the statement look weak and disorganised. If there's no consistent strategy, I don't think it should work. I think I have enough information to be able to say we are deep in the mud here. Peter laughed at his own joke attempt, but nobody else reacted. Well, I think the NFP's stance should do some good for the Bluedish without provoking the establishment, even that might be risky before the vote. If you may, yes please, Jace sir, yes please, your opinions are, well, appreciated. The PFJP stance is too radical. I think it'll only antagonise the Supreme Court even further and make them give a worse ruling. I think it might be better to keep our administration out of this. Not sure if it's worth the risk right before the vote for our reforms. I'll lose all our progress. The decision is yours. Question the court to admit discrimination within the Constitution. Tell me why I should try to convince them to reiterate the position on Article 6. I've had enough. Tell me why I should put pressure on the court to admit discrimination within the Constitution. This is the only right thing to do, Mr. President. Now's not the time for weak and superficial actions. We can show the people of Swordland the reality of the situation and create a precedent for a future constitutional amendment of these articles. Is the NFP... And the NFP is willing to join in that statement. How do you think Supreme Court react to do that way? I think No, we are willing to cover support for Urson for the violation of his right to property. But if you are going to that way, we'll have to make two separate statements. Well, as I previously stated, stand with the Bloods. I don't think we should fight too hard on this. Think about the picture. We need good graces on the court for constitutional reforms. Okay. Is that putting out two statements, would you think? Is that going against it at all? What's the thoughts? Because I want my Bluedish citizens to be treated equally. That's my hopes. Here's where to put me around. We do it your way. We have to try. If they truly care for the people, they will agree to it. Not, people will see the reality of the solid state apparatus. What do you think, Peter? Peter leaned in and whispered, I don't think this would work. Tom. The court won't be influenced, plus it will be further antagonise them against our reforms. We would definitely lose votes. In my opinion, the PFJP has the most to gain from this. They'd be seen as the leaders of this table, not us. What do you suggest we do, Miss Morgner? Peter leaned in and whispered, I agree with Mr. Richter and Mr. Subhill. I personally think we should join them in their statement. I also agree with Chief Justice Hawker won't have a sudden change of heart because of it. I think I've made my own position clear. However, you know the current political reality. In the end, is your decision. Ooh. Hard time to do, Jeremiah Wren. Having an alright term with a second term election victory is better than sacrificing all your chances to reform in the second term, doing radical changes in your first. Okay. I get that. Tell me why position... Yeah. Reiterate their position on Article 6. Because it's the only way to decrease tensions, and the Supreme Court can't afford to look hypocritical, so they'll have to take Sol's side. So I think the admitting defeat against Solism, when Mr. Kibner is right, the Rumberg situation demands extraordinary measures. Is the PFJP willing to join that statement? As much as I don't agree with it, we're willing to compromise and join in. If we're going to go this way, we will still need to make our separate statement as party policy. Mannerly was shaking in her seat with fury, but managed to keep herself silent. And how do you think the Supreme Court will react? The way you do it, they will be convinced. If you pass your constitution, you can get re-elected and you can focus on the Blues in the future. So, do we actually get re-elected? Sorry, this is a question I had. Do we actually have to get re-elected to continue the game? Like, is that a thing in this? We have to have enough votes to get past re-election and continue. Like, this is a thing, right? I've been imagining it is. No. Oh, it's not. Oh, sorry. I'm understanding what you mean now. So it's like, even if we don't do it now, we technically have the decision later on. Here's the decision everyone supports. Urson, but only the Libs changing Article 6. This is about making joint statement with 3 parties or 2. It's the only statement that I'm not affected and change it. Game ends after the first turn. Okay. After the first turn. I guess that does make sense. It's a long game so far, right? Even to point 6. That's Colonel Sol. Tarkin Sol. Intended the Constitution will be sharing our own guns. Just imagine all parties of the Assembly are reminding them of their duty. With their own beloved Constitution, Mr. Holger can't take that pressure. As everyone supports. Person, but only the Libs support changing Article 6. It's about making a joint statement with 3 parties or 2. It's the only statement, not decision, to change it. What do you think, Peter? He leaned in and whispered, I think this is risky, Anton, but if it works, which it might even make a big difference, if it really feels the pressure and accepts it, the lower courts will need to adhere to their interpretation. It might not get rid of legal discrimination, but could at least decrease it. If we're looking to reduce tensions with the British people, that's one way to do it. With the vote on our reforms coming so soon, it's a real leap of faith. What we do, Miss Mogner? He leans in and whispers. If you not agree with Mr. Gibbon and Miss Olsen, I don't see Sod's Uni working in reality. But I also have to say that pushing this position will likely have a real effect on the outcome of the case. Miss Hawker can agree with traditional Sod's interpretation after all. However, as long as our law enforcement forces are filled with anti-blood officers, I believe the change on the ground will be so visible. I think I've heard enough. The USP will join the statement. We argue that Article 6 is 1700 discriminatory and in conflict with the rights of people, as Mr. suggested. The USP will join the statement. We will argue that British people are considered swords with the law, as given as suggested. I don't want to release a unified statement of opposition. We will not involve us as in the case. There's no description of your second term if you win the election again. In the epilogue, and depending on your choices, you have a chance to basically solve all the issues in your second term again. Ah, okay. Interesting. So, this is a joint statement. British people are considered swords with the law, as Mr. Gibbon suggested. So, we basically want to go for what Mr. Gibbon suggested, right? So it's all considered swords. Because you're right, it's basically, if we go for number 1, we're going to mess up our reforms, right? If I'm understanding this correctly, if we do that, our reforms are in danger. We might push that, but they might even just reject it outright, correct? So if we go for number 2... Nah, it could happen, I get it. I think number 2. What's the backing on number 2, Philip and Jace? What's the thoughts? Well, while you guys have a think, I'm just going to have a quick drink. Grant, sadly do too, but I think 2 would be... Can you grab a water? I'll get your opinions, gentlemen. Fine, fresh tap water. This is an attempt to unify the parties or something while working with the court. I think we could come back to it later, at least I'd feel. But I want to get Philip's opinion too. No, your reforms are not in danger if you choose one. Again, it's the same on the actual change, but you'll be heading on a path to include Article 6 in reform and say no later. Ooh. Will change, but you're heading on a path to Article 6 in reform and say no later. Okay. I think number 2. Personally, that's what I want to go for. I know you're saying that it won't be in danger, but that's the kind of one I want to go for. But then I can say no later. I don't want to go back on my word. I'm going to... Do you think I'd still be safe if I go for number 2, Philip? Do you still think I'll be okay? Because now I'm in trouble. I trust Philip, then he knows more about the whole bluish thing than me. I'm more working Congress guy. Okay, so potentially number 1. This will joint statement will argue that Article 67 is discriminatory and conflict with the rights of people, as Mr. Rich suggested. So we should flip around and potentially go for number 1 instead. Interesting. Which obviously is the statement I want to make. Go with your gut instinct, you're playing, not me. So the thing is, I naturally want to say 1, but number 2 feels like the way I could keep everyone on side. But if you're saying I can say 1 but also still win it, or still succeed, I will still do that. Do you think I can still succeed so long as if I go with option 1, Philip? Will that completely mix me up with the parties afterwards? That's a question I cannot reveal consequences to because spoiling more than hinty. Repeat last question, please, of course. If I go for option 1, will I still try and get the outcome I wanted, which is supporting the Bloods, or Bloods, I'm imagining Bloods, while also not losing my reform? So if I choose option 1, I still have the option of keeping the reform on the table, I'd hope. Yes. So with option 1, I have the chance of reform. Then I think it's option 1. Let's stick as we've been playing the game to the truth, the honest, and reforming for our people. Yes, Philip, you're now the presidential representative to the Bluish population on a little advisory group. Like I say, as personal advisor to the president. What was there? Is this devil on the shoulder? A lot of things are blood reform thingies other than this one. Okay, interesting. I'm gonna go with number 1. Oh yeah, because we like Mr. Richter. He looks a bit like Henry Cavill. That's my opinion. So we have to trust it. That's great to hear. We get to work immediately after the celebration. Yeah, I was trying to remember what Zero's title was, what we gave him. I'll be honest, I didn't expect a USB president to agree to this. You proved me wrong, Mr. Rain. That's a shame, really. Sadly, the NFP cannot take part in this. With all due respect, Mr. Kibbener, the NFP cannot merely stay out of this. We must condemn this decision and actively protest it. Oh yeah, please reveal what would happen if 2 was chosen as Deputy Chief of Staff. Oh no? No? Is it a bad idea to reveal any info? Or I'll do after. I'll let Jace decide that one, because he'll do. I think if Jace, if you know, you'll know if it will affect too much or not. No spoilers. Okay, no spoilers for now. Jace's opinion. Don't do it. To be fair, I haven't really had spoilers of any variety yet, so fine. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. We'll find more later. Guess we'll talk about this later, Remus. We appreciate all your comments, ladies and gentlemen, but now that the USP stance is clear, we should probably end the meeting here. That rhymed quite well. After bidding our farewells, Kizaru took us outside the building to join the Victory Day event at the plaza. Valgan, read the report. A foreign investment of Valgan's energy set to withdraw. Oh no! There's a long-term stability and growth prospects in the industry. Ugh. I had the more biggest reveals of the game from him so he can enjoy the game. That's fair. I know we're doing agricultural zone here in Sana. And again, Bergia region. But next investment will pull things into Grooney, I think. Because we have the road here that's been built. We'll have investment here in the agricultural zone. And then I think if I can do stuff in Grooney, I think it will really spread it across. But obviously we need to make some money first. That's the truth of it. USP and Victory Day hand in hand against Swordland. Against Swordland? President Rain meddles in the judiciary. WPB calls President Rain to action. PSG and USB give support to Urson. Okay, more decisions. Whole sword. Lobbying effort in assembly. The administration could start lobbying to sway vote. Ooh! True Searcher's Lucian Glade has prepared a well-planned lobbying effort in the Parliament which would specifically sway on the fence MPs for the upcoming Constitution vote. The plan includes lavish parties, gifts, and even some political favours should we go ahead with the plan. I thought it was no spoiler to reveal 2 after the fact from what I remember, but it's perfectly fine. I bow to greater wisdom. Me and Zero had a big talk over Lance's belief over a spy in the cabinet. Philip, I don't say anything about his suspicion. Okay. Oh, yeah. No, I love Lucian, but I believe he's a spy completely. Like, I absolutely believe he's not necessarily. I don't know if he's necessarily going to become a traitor. We beat him at chess. That's a really key part. I beat Lucian at chess. Did I get told what to do because I don't play chess in real life? Yes. But we won against him, just to say. But I guessed he was a spy ages ago. I mentioned it. I was like, I have a feeling he's a spy. And they were like, we're not saying anything. Which is probably the biggest indicator. Interesting news is, if he is. I also think the woman who's serving us is absolutely a traitor. I think she's going to do something naughty. But what's the thoughts on this? Should I lobby the MPs? I mean, I'm fine with spending one personal wealth. If I spend two, that means I don't have any personal wealth in case something goes awry. I'm thinking of spending one. What's everyone's opinion? One personal wealth? You think that's good? Oh, I don't know if I made a bad decision earlier, by the way. I had the option of selling some of my Gasom shares, like 2/3, or keeping them for the future. I kept them to see if they go up, because I'm like, well, nothing's going to really save us now. Might as well. Yeah, do that. I think one's good. I think two's a bit much, considering we might have something come up with our own family. We need personal wealth for that. Sway the MPs. I'm going to do the one. I'm going to make that decision. One personal wealth, spend that. Have some parties. Enjoy some bits. Done. Oh, continue. Victims of changes. Uh-oh. That's not a good sound. A good title. Complete chapter 2. New Swordland. Oh, look at that in the corner. It's green growth. Yes. I haven't seen that all game. Green. Yes. Woohoo. Yeah, baby. Heartbreak for FC America as FC Goldstone secures back-to-back league titles. Radical. World ignores the Bluish plight. Oh, we know. Valgish man shot after burning Angolian flag. What was your chosen election threshold name? 8 or 3? Personal. I think Hay should have had 5 as a choice. Normal. I've no idea what my election threshold was. I've got to be honest. Let's look at our reports. BFF recruitment. BFF missions recruitment. BFF. Of course, Chase. Please ask away. Eight or 3. 5 is a choice. Normal. I'll just say again, I know my governing budget is bad, but I'm hoping that we can recover it. If not, it's what it is. But yes, please ask away, my friend. Call from Marcel Caronti. Uh-oh. Not so much a woman traitor. It's the actual woman, the secretary, that our friend hired. I don't trust her at all. Something that seems wrong. The way she burst in. What was her name? Codex, no home, assembly. Is it others? I can't remember her name. Sorry, Munifru reforms the election threshold. Did you keep it the same to reduce 8 or 3? Sorry. Assembly have the right to propose an impeachment of justice on legal grounds of unconstitutional behaviour. Livia Suno, yes, Suno. That's the one I don't trust. Impeachment of the president, modified to include both Supreme Court and Grand National Assembly in the impeachment process of the president. So I'll scroll through slowly so you can see all of them. Let me start from the top. Toes. So yeah, I can even I'll remove even my presidential veto. That's what I believe is needed to create equality for everyone. Now, would I necessarily agree with that in real life? Probably not. I think that if you're elected president, you should have a level of power. But we'll see. Right, Marcel Caronti wants to speak to us. In fact, I've been trying to learn Swordish, and her name actually translates Swordish as Livia's son. Interesting. Interesting. I was in my office looking through the agenda for the upcoming meeting at the Ministry of Economy. The meeting was going to be about the ownership of the Big Four, the 4 largest companies of Swordland. Part of Swordland, Burgess Steel, the Swordish State Corporation, and Needham Mining Group. Some of these companies were controlled in part or entirely by the state. The others were mostly or completely privatised. I don't know how to change that. Phone rang and put the agenda down. Pick up the phone. Greetings, Mr. President. It's been a while, hasn't it? Let me try to remember. When was the last time we had a chat? I remember it was in Conriat when you refused my gracious offer. part of Swordland. Why did you call me? Probably know why I'm calling this, because of the upcoming ownership meeting. But before we move on to that, I can't help but mention your tax hike, Mr. President. The increased taxes have made a substantial dent in HUS net profits. It has hurt the backbone of Swordish economy. But I assure you it's nothing we can't endure. Fortunately, we had to tighten our belts wherever we could. That way of thinking is correct, but you acted wrongly. This will only serve to damage our economy in the long run. Pause for a few seconds. Out of goodwill, I will share a key piece of information. The Lothberg Group has contingency plans if you decide to do anything rash that would disrupt their empires. You can't blame them, can you? Imagine someone trying to take your authority and personal wealth away without your consent. But after all, whoever I decide it's a tough world, we will work for reasonable share, nothing but the ordinary. That's good to hear. If everyone plays their cards right, it will be fine. Now, let's talk about those cards. At the start of your campaign, you've wisely committed to a market economy. Judging by that, I'm sure you're looking into privatising some of the companies that are currently state-owned. Able to override your absolute veto, they can override your normal vote with 2/3 vote. Oh, really? Oh, whoops. Well, we'll see. Fair enough. I believe, therefore, the privatisation of both Nadam Group and the Swordish State Corporation are both in our interests. After all, I'm considering buying stocks in both companies. Too much to see what I can do. It's basically a more fair version of the executive branch. Okay. So it's basically like, instead of me just making purely decisions, it means that, like, assist out. Right. I'm privatising both way too much to see what I can do. I think I won't be rude to him on the phone because I guess I can do what I want. In the end. Think about it this way, as another step forward to strengthen our economy. Please at least think about it. Please, I will be blunt. Mr. Tusk is unfit to be a spokesperson of the Lothberg Group. Walter Tusk. His archaic thinking has only preserved the status quo that benefits himself and precious few others. It's high time something changed. Stop before you say anything more. I won't meddle in oligarchs' affairs. Oh, really? Oh, crap. Okay. Hands up! Before I keep clicking. What's the thoughts? How do we want to lead this? I don't want to tell him go to the wind, but... What I'm going to do very quickly, please don't take offense by this, Philip. I'm going to quickly head to toilet. While I do that, I'm going to run a 1-minute ad while we decide how we want to lead this. So option 1, what do you have in mind to replace him? 2, I see where this is going. 3, stop before you say anything. I'll be back in 1 minute, okay? Back in a mo. The president returns. Oh, right, back. Ad should be over. Oh, no, 3 seconds left. Alright, with that, the ad should be over. I am back. Sorry about the wait there. Kind of how I balance running ads and going to the toilet at the same time. This just kind of works. So it's trying to hint that he wants to be the new head of the Lothberg Group, aka the oligarchs, and what happens next is hilarious. Both Bronte and Mr. Tusk offer you a bunch of bribes to make them the CEO of the group. It's funny because they keep trying to up each other with their gifts. Okay. Ooh. Would make something quite lovely. Then I'm going to go fair. You see where this is going. I want him gone. It is the time the group had a proper leader. Me. Here's what I propose, a win-win situation. If you promise me a majority of shares from the privatization, he would lose considerable power, which means I could take over. If I take over with your help, I'll be forever indebted to you and support you in all your goals, be they re-election or something more. How does that sound? I'll have to think about it. I think that's a good one. I'll have to think about it. Or I won't make myself a target by picking a side. I guess that's quite boom. But then there's no one-upping each other. Gifts, right? If we completely cut him off at the vine. Mr. Tucker's like 150k, goes like 100k and a new Lamborghini. Like it. We don't really want to take bribes though. That's the entire point of our character, isn't it? But then if we have to for our country, I mean, I will do it, but if we have to for the country. I did it for my country, and the new Lamborghini is wonderful. I'll have to think about it. Yeah, view these two, Crony and Tusk, like you view Russian oligarchs. Okay. Okay. Just think about it. That's all I'm asking. Well then. I've taken up enough of your time today. Productive call. Wheelbarrows of cash, yeah. Thank you for your time, Mr. President. Bye. Thanks, Marcel. Talk to you later. A couple of minutes, I'm about to review the agenda. Imagine if I got a call then. Listen, I heard you've had a call. How'd you hear about this? So it's basically, they've got ridiculous amounts of cash they want to spend on us to ensure that they do better. And they're just going to keep one-upping each other until one of them gets picked, I imagine. Supreme Court delays Ishval Ersin case and upholds Governor Braun's policies. So to delay the case of Ishval Ersin, allowing Governor Braun to continue to implement his policies in Bergia. Principles. It's a stud controversy among advocates for religious rights who voiced dissent over the court's perceived inaction in protecting vulnerable communities. However, the delay of the case has been met with resounding support from the patriots of this nation. All of course committed to a holding constitution. Critics of Ishval Ersin's arguments in the Supreme Court's delay affirms the existing constitutional guarantees of equal rights to all citizens. Judgment serves as a powerful reminder that the rule of law remains paramount in safeguarding our society and holding values enshrined in our constitution. Ooh. In times, WPP urges President Rain for inclusive reforms, calls for change in Article 6 and 7 gain momentum. Interesting. I won't read it through it fully, but protests erupt as Blue Community express outrage of Supreme Court delay. NFP accuses USP and PFJP of undermining national values in support of Ishval Ersin. Now, I think even though we're going to have bluish stuff happening in the country, I don't think they're going to be necessarily targeting me or us. They're going to be targeting the the National Front. So we'll see how that goes. Bluish leaders urge President Rain to address bluish rights and constitutional reforms. Love and justice from the Supreme Court. And refugees suffer because of rain. Oh, that's not great. $1 million? No, I want to be Mr. Beast. Let me play time. Look on, let me be CEO. Arcasian, quality relations, a fresh chapter. I don't like this though. That is. Refugees suffer because of rain. I don't like that. That's probably my biggest mistake in the game, in my opinion. But cool. Read the report. Massive rally calling for reforms. Large urge will, of course, will change to Article 6 and 7. The radical hates you for no matter what you do. Yeah, it makes sense, unless you side completely with the radicals, right? It's like, nah. Supreme Court delays us in case of notice. Increased support for Bluish rights. General staff released positive statement. Ooh. ISF Ancier's voices pledged to work under the administration. Contrary rumors, Ancier said, the current president is a man of tradition. He's strong and he's decisive. I know President Sol before. I know President Sol. He's my friend, and I know he's proud of what President Anton has achieved. Oh, good to hear. Legal crossings rise at Welland border. That's really cool. Read all the news. Whole sword. Request meeting at Lucian Glade. Request meeting at Lucian Glade. Lucian scheduled some time with me to discuss potential political repercussions of the upcoming economic meeting. He arrived in time as usual and took his seat right across from me. Good morning, Mr. President. Lucian's dark circles below his eyes. plethora of political developments must have been weighing on him, weighing even on a workaholic like him. You look a bit tired. You getting enough sleep? I'm trying to, sir. Don't push yourself too much. I'll try not to. I must say, you don't look much better. Not if you're any more of a reformist, but yeah, the radical is constantly stereotyped in the community, and they see that meme of a guy in the high-res jacket screaming at the sky. I have no idea what meme you're talking about. I put, look at myself in the mirror, similar circles beneath my eyes as well. I booked some of your time to pre-plan for today's meeting of the Ministry of Economy. Before going into the economic direction, I want to give you a short status update. After your support statements of official lesson together with Mr. Richter, the Supreme Court decided not to act at all and delayed the case until further notice. Put it in general, okay. Very Chief Justice Hawker seems to be protecting Governor Brom from persecution. This will only increase tensions. Antagonising him before the vote for the Constitution was perhaps not the best idea. Moreover, the British community in Bergia is getting increasingly restless over this topic. Nobody knows how long they'll keep delaying the case. This, of course, allows Governor Brom to keep his seat and continue his resettlement policies in Bergia, among others. Proceeding Mr. was right about this extreme Mr. Hawker's opinions were. I should know this would be the outcome. Also, Hawker is going too far with this. Ooh, I don't want to accidentally kick the boat too much on this front. Sorry, I just had a few messages I needed to reply to there. Let's see this in general, this meme. Oh, wait it. I just realised I don't have a general chat. I think it's a chat, isn't it? Cool. Sorry, I checked what I needed to. It's very troubling indeed. Right, how do we want to go about this? Because I know Lucian is going to be a very big part of what we do. I just have a feeling. I have a big inkling. So I don't want to do anything wrong with him, but I'm thinking it's a very troubling. Do you know how we can proceed? I'll take his opinion. I don't think there's anything we can do about this at this point. Our strategy should be to get public opinion behind us. Luckily, Miss Graff is already working on the revocation of the special zone in Bergia. We may still be able to get rid of the governor that way. However, there might be a problem with its timing. It would likely only be ready after the vote for the amendments. If the vote succeeds, as we've been working for, your limited decree powers won't be enough to enact changes grand. You'll need the approval of the Assembly in that scenario. Now they'll support any change to Mr. Brond's special authority, and a very important member of the party, as well as an important fundraiser. We just tell us to work faster and needs to be finished before the vote. We want to convince the party then. Well, who knows whether our reforms will pass. Ooh. I'm sure we'll find a way to convince the party by then. Of course, sir. There is one more thing. Despite showing support for your statement about Ishvalarson, the representatives of the Lucha community, namely Monsoon Leke and Feir Ejal, have just released statements condemning our administration. They criticised your policies against the Beluga community and called your pro-Urson statement a poor attempt of tricking the Beluga people. They have enormous influence over our Beluga population, which is something to be aware of. He looks at his watch. For now, let's return back to the real reason we are here, our economic direction. We need to be cautious. Any grand plans about the economy also heavily influence our political standing. Is in general, I'm looking now. Oh! Fair enough. Yeah, that is definitely a scream to the sky. Wrong thing. There we go. So I just have to make sure my stream stuff's working properly whenever I click off. Sorry about that. We'll be changing our relationship with the Old Guard, the oligarchs, and the opposition. As you know, this meeting will give you the opportunity to alter the ownership of the Big Four, the largest corporations in all of Swordland. You start the process of nationalisation or privatisation, and we can keep them status quo. Then remind you that any change will tip the already fragile balance. Personally, I think we should stay out of this and keep things as they are. There's no need to make new political enemies at this stage in our term. But ultimately, the decision is yours. What are you leaning towards? How should we move forward? Nationalise these companies. Our mission will avoid upsetting the economic structure, maintain the status quo, privatise. Oh! This is a huge moment. Humongous. My advisors to me. Do we nationalise? Do we avoid upsetting economic structure and maintain status quo? Or do we privatize these companies? Now, Philip, I'm waiting on a big part from you. I've been summoning. Good. Now, Philip, Jace, I'm waiting for big parts. Now, Philip, I went for the first option because we were speaking about how we can lose this. Okay, nationalization costs money. Privatization gives money. Summoned. There it is. Okay. So, sounds like privatization. I mean, we've already partly privatized our energy grid to be 49%, so we still have the majority. I wonder if we can pick the same sort of privatizing the companies. Because obviously we can't really spend money right now. We have no money. Yes, but privatization is bad for the people. Ooh. Okay, so we've got to take into account the people. Will the people hate us if we privatize? Because obviously we've got no money to support them. Because it's like, we can privatize, it will greatly help the economy. Okay, because I'm thinking if we privatize, I'm balancing it here. We help the people a little bit with keeping these companies owned by us. But the issue will be, in my opinion and my thought, is that we then can't do any other projects to assist the people. We can't branch off there. Whereas if we lose that part, they might lose out on that, but we're able to support the economy by doing all of the projects to support them. I don't know what the hand movements are, but that's my thought. Well, what if you privatize something like healthcare, not state-run companies? That's fair enough. I haven't privatized healthcare. I chose not to earlier. But something like this, yeah. Well, bad if you privatize something like healthcare, not state-run companies. So I was thinking privatizing these companies. I also want to see what this bid war to pay me offers. It sounds funny. But I'm thinking privatizing. Is everyone behind me on option 3? Option 3, my friends and citizens. Option 3. Privatization. Are you behind me? Option 3. Yay or nay? It does sound like yay for number 3, mind, but I just want to check. So sure, but your game, your choice, that's fair. So the people will not hate you, but you need to make sure it's just companies that invest in healthcare and education systems with a good budget. No, I have. I've already done those. Yeah, I think number 3. Make sure you just companies investing. I think you can. Cool. Alright, I'm gonna go for number 3. What to ask? Why? What is your intention? This is a campaign promise. Yeah, oh yeah, good point. To help bring the country out of recession, the oligarchs are powerful, they might aid us in assembly if we help them. People told I don't care what anyone thinks or says, I will do what I believe in. I wonder if the reply here won't have a big effect on him, will it? I'm thinking privatization will help bring the country out of a recession. Or I like the truth. Good here, yeah. I was thinking number 1. I think number 3 is like why I wouldn't do number 2 because it's like, oh look, I'm doing it for them. But number 3, truth be told, I don't care what anyone thinks or says, I'll do what I believe in. I was thinking number 1. Everyone's happy? I'm gonna go number 1 just because some of the decisions I'm like, oh, if I'm thinking that completely, I'd do it. You know, I agree being nice solution is good. That might be true, but taking everything out of state hands may have dire repercussions in a country like ours. We need to think about this carefully. One thing to remember is that since you've been transparent about promoting a market economy, privatization will not cost as much support. Lucian took a note in his notebook. I've seen the report from the Ministry of Economy that may impact your decision. Fortunately, we've missed our government budget targets for the current quarter. Plan to change the ownership of important assets could help us generate much needed resource to further improve economic developments before the next election. Something to consider, as is our relationship with the oligarchs. We need to remember that they only care for their own profits. Fortunately, we aren't on good terms with them. This situation has been obstructing some of our efforts with economic recovery. Yeah, literally. However, if we implement a privatization plan, they will surely be delighted. Still, we need to make sure that we don't go overboard with it. If we do, we might lose our base, both in the USP and among the people. We don't want the Lothberg group to be our enemies or endanger our re-election. If I was only part of their companies, perhaps we can get out of this unscathed. To save our country from recession, privatization must. I think number 2. If your was only a part of their companies, perhaps we can get out of this unscathed. Unscratched. Sorry. Number 2. What are we thinking? I'm thinking number 2. 2? Philip says 2. 2 is morally good, but be careful. 2. That would certainly be a wise compromise. Some of the connections indicate that there seems to be a contest of leadership in the Lothberg group. Looks like Marcel Coranty is making moves to become the key figure. Bronte probably wants his father's seat at the head of the group, and Tusk doesn't want to let go of it. A significant power struggle, considering these are the heads of Swordland's two largest private corporations. If we over-prioritize our state-owned companies, the Swedish State Corporation and the mining group will result in a balance tipping to one side. They would fight over buying up shares and cause chaos. But since you've already made the decision to privatize, you need to be decisive in your follow-up actions. Did Marcel or Tusk contact you? I want to be honest with him, yes. Yeah, is that okay to do? Do we be honest? I want to be honest with him. I think number one. But I want to make sure that doesn't mess me up. It's alright. I'm thinking number one. Yeah, I'm going to be honest with Lucian. If we're not honest with him, I don't know what we would do. This is a call from Marcel. What did he ask for? We have it under control. We want to make a deal to leave HOS untouched. Weird to say anything. We want to make a deal to make HOS untouched. And then I said I'd think about it. Very well. Was that all he wanted? He also wanted me to give him shares from privatization to lower Tusk's influence, or yes, that's all. Do we just tell him he wants us to give him shares? I feel like, again, I know he might be a spy, but I feel like telling him is a good choice, right? Because he's a strategist. We've played chess with this man. He's able to help us make a correct decision, if you will. What's the thoughts? I think number two. Number two? Yes, are we behind me on this, gentleman? Number two? Two? Really has to do. Question, of course. What do you need, Robo and Jace? I've picked number two anyway, though. As I expected, the internal conflict among the oligarchs puts us in an interesting position. Fellowship of Water Tusk hasn't been good so far. Any movement now has to be calculated and thought through. Lucian looked at his watch. Very well then. It's almost time. I'll inform Mr. Hull of your decision and you will make the necessary preparations for me like planned. I don't think I did fund Law and Justice, you know. I think when I did the intro of the game, I think that was my biggest mistake. I don't think I funded Law and Justice. I think that's the only thing I didn't, which was a mistake. I should have funded all of them, but again, it's my first playthrough. I didn't know how to balance out the money, and I was going into significant debt. I had gone into the game thinking it would only take 1 or 2 government budget, but it didn't. You say no more? Fine. Just saying, because I saw there was an achievement for making like anti-corruption things. I found that very cool, but no, it does not. I thought Law and Justice would be really good. It's my biggest regret not doing that. That's why I think on my next playthrough of this, I 100% will go Law and Justice route. I want to do all of them. I want to be fully uptight, no bribes, anything like that. I want to get back to work. I must get back to work now. See you in the next meeting. Thank you for your time, sir. Lucian got up from his chair and left the office. Oh, well, more money. Nope, no money. Oh, the anti-corruption squad. Oh, I wonder if they're not actually anti-corruption. They're anti-corruption against me. Parkland Navy active in Marking Sea. Massive protest against court decision. PFF threatened the Supreme Court. WPB condemns the Supreme Court. CSP launches first free spy satellites. Leap in surveillance. You can see the news. Swedish continent joint drills at Conriat Naval Base. Increased support for British rights outside of Bergia. WPB condemns Supreme Court decision. Walker's capitalism versus Devereux's reform. Oh yeah, go ahead and tell me, because obviously I'm not going to find out in this playthrough, right? It's because it's not going to be part of it. Tension keeps rising in the Marking Sea. What's this? Ownership changes in major corporations. Oh, this is going to be a big decision, isn't it? I'd say for now, hold up, purely because I think this is going to take a lot of our time. But I'm very interested to hear what they do. Lucian and I arrive at the Ministry of Economy. Assistants took our coats and showed us into a meeting room where Simon, Edith, Gus and Mikhail are waiting. As soon as I entered, the chatter stopped and they stood up. After a few pleasantries, everyone but Simon took their seats. I am indeed Moritz, my friend, you hype train conductor, you, sir. Thank you again for those 5 gifted subs earlier, man. Massively appreciate it. Look, we're in debt, but our economy is growing. It's in green. Yes. I remember Simon took seats. He opened his briefcase, produced a folder, and proceeded to go over some of the documents. Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the Ministry of Economy. Without further ado, we're of course here today to discuss our economic shift towards privatisation. And the corrupt on the side, they can bust you for being corrupt, so I was going to make sure you don't give Lucian evidence. Oh, okay. So yeah, it's basically if I was being corrupt and made that squad and I was corrupt, then you're doing yourself in. But I get that. So it's basically if you make an anti-corruption squad, don't be corrupt. Makes sense. Michaela and Edith exchanged smiles. Mr. President, before you arrived, Michaela and Edith were expressing their delight at your decision to go down this path. Wonderful news, I'd say. I'm glad we're staying firmly on the path to a market economy. This was certainly the right decision. It'll boost our economy, providing the government much needed funds right now. Anyway, back to your boy. Thank you for mentioning that though, Jace. We can use these funds to increase development for the future. It's a win-win situation for sure. Glad we're on the same page. I'm saying this only because you've mistaken it. Enough of the flattery. Glad we're on the same page. Certainly. Someone handed me and everyone else in the room 2 neat stacks of documents. Let's move on to how we can go about implementing a privatisation plan. Each turn to page 6. The title was Swordfish State Corporation. As you can see in the document, the first company up for discussion is a Swordfish State Corporation. The SSC, the Swordfish State Corporation, or SSC for short, has been around for over half a century. Most recently, they have been handling a wide range of state construction projects. No spoiler at all, purely because when I think we go to that next playthrough, I'll probably be following a guide of some variety. I'll be playing differently, so don't worry about that. In their portfolio, they have government buildings, various infrastructure projects, state libraries, embassies, basically anything government related. Privatising a company like this will certainly increase the government's budget. That, of course, will result in a lot of opportunities for us to provide to our citizens. The funds could also be used to boost our popularity, especially with the elections approaching, not to mention the various other areas in which we could and should spend money. However, there's one catch. The conservative majority of the USP would not like this decision at all. For them, the state companies are just part and parcel of Swordfish identity. If we privatise these companies entirely and sell too many shares in them, they'll have consequences for us in the assembly. Let's be if we fully privatise the Swordfish State Corporation. We would gain tremendous amounts of money for the government, which we can invest that money in future government projects which would popularise our administration and increase the chance for our re-election. That popularity might not make up for losing the lion's share of our Conservative votes. Conservatives comprise the majority of the Assembly. If we hurt their national pride, they'll turn on us. I am against full privatisation. We shouldn't make enemies at this stage. What about the minority side of the SSC? It would be better than nothing, but why stop there? Minority say won't help our government as much. We need to be decisive. On the other hand, a minority share would create less frictions, be my preference. So in a majority share, funding law and order also gives one money back later. It's actually OP. Oh really? Interesting. Again, it is my biggest regret. At the time, we were in like -8, -9. I recovered it to like -4, -5. Then through decisions have gone down, but our economy, our growth is up, which is a big one. That certainly is a good option. State would keep some of SSC's operations under control, and the government would have lots of gains. I lean towards this option myself. Turning control while increasing our budget, I don't see a downside. No, see a downside. Move on to the next option. Very well, please turn to page 26. Turn to page 26. The Nadam Mining Group. The Nadam Mining Group is one of the largest mining corporations in eastern Maricopa, let alone Swordland. They call themselves the leaders of the world in coal. They certainly have enough evidence to back that up. Perhaps they're not as large as SSC, but they still have lots to gain if the Nadam Mining Group is privatised. I fully support privatisation as a company to any extent. Certainly a good option to gain enough capital to end the recession once and for all. I have contacts in Nadam. It's one of the most valuable corporations of the last decade. I can vouch for that. I've personal experience with the company myself. It would be a great addition to any portfolio. Yeah, spend money to make money. As long as the national economy improves, you're fine. What would effects would be if you fully privatise Nadam Group? It would be very profitable to sell. I know many people would kill for a portion of that company. I do think this is a good option. We could simply fully privatise Nadam along with the SSC to bring in large influx of money to the government. Mr. President, I hate to repeat myself, but fully privatised one state-owned company, let alone two, will anger our Conservative voter base. All the budget in the world won't matter if you aren't re-elected. Some minority share. I'm just going to be saying a couple minority share of the SSC. That's a way to go. It would, however, be a lost opportunity. I think we should sell majority share instead. Definitely not a bad idea at all. So majority share. My preference in selling majority share of both SSC and DAM. It would give us the most value. I think we should go with that choice. This might still generate a backlash from the assembly and the general public. I think we should go with majority share instead. I'm ready to make my decision. Sounds good. Let's go over documents once again. I'll add all of Simon's documents once more, then flip through the last page. It's time to make a decision. Right. Remember that article about the coal mine accident that killed 105 people? That was the Nadam mining group. Yes! I remembered that! Ah! I actually remembered that! Funny enough, I was thinking, like, wasn't there something about them killing people? It was quite early on, wasn't it? Fully state-owned, majority state-owned. So the Storage State Corporation. Right. Gentlemen. This is a corporation which stands at the largest state corporation play a role in such industries. You can privatize them by selling the majority, or the entirety of the company to private investors. Yes. Consequences, important ones. All I need is for my country to do well without it completely crumbling underneath us. Okay? Philip, Jace, I don't believe personally that we should sell these corporations outright. I think we should always keep a stake in them. But the question is, do we have a majority stake? I would sell a minority share in the SSC. So you think minority share? Philip, is minority something you agree in? For the Swedish State Corporation. Is that something you agree in, Mr. Philip? No, wait. Oh, sorry. I just read it. Majority share, majority state owned. Well, here is the problem, and there are different limits. And sorry, majority state owned. Sorry, that could have been bad. Sorry. Majority state owned. If you exceed these limits, consequences. There you go. Okay. So what's your thoughts, Philip, for now? For the SSC, is majority state-owned. You need to tell me how much info you want. Okay. I think the info should be, I am looking for a good outcome for our people and ourselves. Yeah, I don't want a crazy amount of info, but if I think of going majority state-owned, do you think I can get away with it? And still win the election, sort of thing? And still have the money to try and pull us out of debt? Wait, Chaz. So... No. No, okay. Or wait. Okay, I'll wait for decisions to be made. So again, the options are minority state-owned, fully privatized, fully state-owned, and majority state-owned. Go through. I reverse the thing in my head. Yes, keep majority in state hands, you can get away with. Okay, so majority state-owned. Yeah, see, this is the thing. The way they describe it in the talk before is like the opposite of the way it's phrased here, which I'm not a big fan of. But this game is all about phrasing, right? So we're going to keep the SSC majority state-owned. Majority for the mining group. Yep. That's what I'm thinking. Click the options once more, just to be sure. So majority state-owned, minority state-owned, fully privatized, and fully state-owned. It will be majority state-owned, yeah. So we keep... That's my vote. Okay. So my majority state-owned here... Oh, Oh my god. I nearly knocked my keyboard off the table. So majority state owned. Second. Yes, so this one here, right? So we're happy with this? Yay? I believe so. I believe this is the one we're happy with. Majority state owned. Let's do it. Oh, we can go back and check anyway. So Nadam Mining Group. Nadam Mining Group is the largest state mining corporation, and then we want this to be minority state owned. We're good with this decision? Gentlemen? My aides? All I need, it's a good compromise for the budget in the assembly. Philip, obviously, I know you mentioned earlier that there were some deaths earlier. So I'm trying to think of how that's going to impact our decision with this, if that makes sense. Like, at least in my opinion. Okay. Philip, I would like an answer to that. Yeah. What would you think, in your opinion, is the best outcome to this? Minority? So fully privatized, fully state-owned, majority state-owned, or minority state-owned. Same options we had with the latter. Obviously, we're keeping majority state-owned for the SSC. Now the NMG, fully privatized. Really? So that's your opinion. Oh. Really? And if you don't mind me asking, yes, bold choice. What brings you to that conclusion? The company primarily extracts coal, gold, and diamonds. Yeah, most money in XXX consequences. Triple X. So fully privatized is the best way to do it. Now, one thing to mention with my playthrough, I'm staying loyal to my wife. No other woman shall sway me. I'm trying to keep my good friend, my vice president, from going down too wrong a path by slapping him along the head and getting him back on track when need be. So we'll see how that goes. What else to do? Oh, happy midnight. Woo! So that mining group. Fully privatized is an interesting way. Most money and... Sorry, yeah, I've been trying to figure out what XXX consequences means. Do you mean as in like, ooh, consequences? You mean there's like very few consequences? Look, your choice, your game. Just pick the one you're comfortable with. Fair enough, really, innit? Listen, I'll be honest, I'm leaning between minority state-owned and fully privatized. I'm going to go minority state-owned. I think for me, minority state-owned will be the decision. So we have more of the Nadam group up for sale, and then this. Minority's fine as well, because I find it interesting. I find it very interesting. I'm just trying to think. If I had a mining company that could do diamonds, coal, and gas... diamonds, gold, and gas. There. Coal, gold, and diamonds. There. Look, I go minority as it's a good compromise between what we both want. I think minority's good. Minority state-owned, let's do it. Are you sure about your decisions? Back, so majority state-owned, minority state-owned. Yes. I signed a document altering the ownership of the Big Four. With a flourish, Simon leaned back in his chair. So, this is the path we are taking. I want to thank you, Mr. President. This decision will revitalize our economy. Although I wish we could have proceeded with privatization in a greater capacity, it is a start. Certainly a step in the right direction. Partial privatization will still deal with damage to our conservative voter base, but it's nothing we can't handle. I expect that regardless, we'll lose the support of some conservatives in the Assembly, but the gains we receive will offset the losses. I hope you are right. I will do the best I can. If you'll excuse me, I have to get to work immediately. There'll be much to be done. Lucian packed up his bag and started making his way to the entrance. That'll be it for today then. Everyone has very busy schedules. Thank you all for coming. Good work, everyone. Indeed. I put the documents in my suitcase and left the room with Lucian. Hey, we got some budget increases. Yay, we went from 8 to 6. Still not great, but it's something. Also, results of the economic direction, Unified Education Language Act. Ooh. Read it fully. Read it fully. Language Act. Grand National Assembly advances the Unified Education Language Act, UELA, to strengthen national unity and facilitate consistent comprehensive learning across Scotland. Central UELA stipulates that all education institutions are required to conduct their teaching as the country's official language, as in the case of foreign language instruction. To offer courses in any language other than Swedish should make explicit approval of English education. Any universities, technical colleges, or other education institutions found to be non-compliant will face a temporary suspension of operation until they apply for and receive necessary approval. Essentially, UELA underscores the enforcement of the Act. Schools found to be in violation of the guideline may face penalties, which may include reduction or withdrawal of funding. In other cases or cases of persistent non-compliance, total shutdowns may be enforced. This enforcement mechanism reinforces the commitment to a unified language policy, ensuring a cohesive education across the nation. Oh! I was going to veto that. That's terrible. There is a point where you privatise too much, you lose a lot of votes in the Assembly, but you're fine in that regard. I won't mention the exact limit. Okay. Forgive me. Yeah, it is the National Front Party bill. I'm gonna veto it. Yeah. I mean, Philip, you've got no issue with me vetoing this because I'm gonna veto it. I mean, I'll be honest. I'm saying I'm gonna veto it. I'm gonna veto it. I'll just veto it. My game, my decision. Cringe NFP versus Chad P. JP. Can I say what's been the most difficult part about this game? I'm not really into politics in real life, so I have struggled with part of this, but we're figuring it out. Yeah, basically, it's where I like the first decision I made in this game, Philip, when it came to like the funding of the parties. I made a bad decision because I didn't read it properly. I skimmed it and went, yeah, fine. I've realised I have to read those so carefully. The privatisation process has begun. As I expected, Sworden's two most prominent oligarchs want to speak to me about it. Oh, it's happening! It's happening! Caronti and Tusk. Yep, campaign finance bill. Yep, I misread it and thought, oh, everyone gets more money. Fine. Not realising we cut out the smaller parties, and I had to kind of talk to them and be like, sorry. Yeah, that was my bad. Whoops. Lucian showed Marcel Caronti and Walter Tusk into the conference room. Two men sat across the table from me, leaving an empty chair in between them. Good to see you, President. Been a while. Here, take this, gift. He brought a bottle of Elroy, maroon 30 years old. I hear Peter say you favour this one. This will get straight to business always when you return. Every bribe me you won't get what you're here for. Thanks for the gift. Anytime. Also burst out laughing. Old man, you must think so small. Without the vision to see the bigger picture. Also approached me and we shook hands. Nice to see you, Mr. President. Here, a real gift. He took a set of car keys from his pocket and gave them to me. Come, take a look. I looked out the window. On the road leading to the palace, I saw a glittering, brand new Randolph sports car. A car that only the richest of the richest in Scotland could afford. It's yours. I can't take that. What did we do here? I don't want to be completely corrupt. But I'm trying to figure out who we prefer. If we prefer Marcel Caronti or if we prefer Walter Tusk. What's everyone's opinions? Who do you prefer of these two? Theo of Horse, Lothenberg, folks. Who do you guys prefer? Also, how do I leave this? Because I'll leave this in your guys' hands. Because again, my thing was I don't want to be completely corrupt. If there's no real repercussion. While we make the decision, I'm not going to run now, but I need to pee again. Forgive me, I've been drinking a lot of water. Back in a moment. Oh, I'm getting old. Don't get old. Oh, my back. My back hurts. Oh, I'm getting a drink. Work on you because at least he wants to work with you. Backseat driver when someone else playing your favourite games also knows how to car. I wasn't thinking of accepting the car. I can't take this. But I don't know whether I say I can't take it. So I'm not going to accept the car. But I don't know if I can say I can't take this or if I should go, I can't accept a luxury car while the people of Swordsland go hungry. What do we think is the better choice of these two? Also, it's one of your favourite games. I like it. One? You think one? Okay. I think, Philip, you're in very good standing for these opinion moments. Jace, are you happy with one to be the option? And I can't wait for the Rizia DLC because I think that one, obviously, it's a lot longer term than this game. Yeah, like I said, we're all in the squad of appointed advisory roles and positions and is in circle. 3 makes you sound like a commie. That's fair enough. 1. Of course you can. It's a gift. Surely better than a bottle of whiskey. Little boy. Do you think I can't do better? Me, Walter Tusk. Why is you showering me with gifts? Whatever you want, bribery won't work. Thank you both. Let the meeting begin. What is the best? I think number 3 is just like, alright. Don't want to sound like a commie when talking to these people. Okay, okay. Is number 3 a good one, do you gentlemen believe? Because obviously we're not oblivious to the fact that this work is literally my favourite game. Yeah, I like it, Jace. I like it. Well, to be honest, if this... So, Robo Napoleon gets a lot of opinion in the votes because I wouldn't have this game without him. I didn't know Suzerain existed. But he was telling me, this is a game you need to play. Trust me, you need to play this. Here we are, dressed as President Rain. We are Anton Rain. Or... Antoinette. Whatever you want, bribery won't work. Okay. Okay, number 2. Philip, are we behind number 2? Yay or nay, sir? Yay or nay? Rizzu is a very large game as well, but it's sold as a DLC for like €15 at least. At release, all people complain that they should charge more. 103. 103. Oh! Yeah, budget went up, down, up. Yeah. Don't need to insult them. Okay. I'm going to go for number 3. Thank you both. Let's begin the meeting. Sounds good. Gentlemen, please take your seats. They sat down. Lucian produced a set of documents from his briefcase and put on his reading glasses. So, Mr. Tusk and Miss Caronte, President Rain is about to sell private shares in Swordsland's 2 largest national corporations, and now you're here showering him with gifts. You're both clearly more skilled at business than you are subterfuge. So tell us, why do you deserve to claim these shares before they go to general market? Walter cleared his throat. President, listen. You and I haven't been on the best of terms lately. I want to nurture a profitable relationship between us where we both win. These shares are very important to me. If I had them, I could do so much for Swordland. So much more for you. You haven't even seen what I and my connections are capable of. Do you want to get re-elected? No problem. I'll make sure of it. This is my offer for you. Yeah, I was going to say, because you're a king, obviously, you get... I don't know if it works like in the UK, but it always needs royal assent, right? Now, technically, nothing has not been royal assented, I don't think, for a very long time. I'm actually loving this game so far. Now, the only thing is, obviously, I don't like that I can't reload, because I want to do stuff stupidly just to see. I know after my first playthrough I can, but I think it's like Iron Man mode, right? Where you have to make the decisions, and then if you want achievements, you have to do it like this. Second time you can. But then I fully understand why it's doing this. It makes me really think that these decisions matter so much. Because this is the first playthrough, I don't have the option. So I think that's what's making this amazing so far. This is my offer to you. I'll do whatever it takes to make you president for another term. Doesn't that sound great? What about you, Marcel? That's a really funny reply. I love that. So that's what you offer me. And you? I think number 1's quite funny. I like number 3. But You're right back. See you in a moment, Philip. What do you think, Jason? Number 1? What about you, Marcel? Right, see a bit. No, I'm going to go number 1. What about you, Marcel? You can't do anything. He's not capable enough to... Mr. President asked me, not you. Before you spew those big words, make sure you can actually do it, Walter. Mr. President, first off, Mr. Tusk here is lying about the extent to his influence. True, he might have command over some people in the assembly. What you're sitting right up now was built by my father, Conrad Caronti. No, devil on my right, because he left. I want to be straightforward with you. If you give me the shares, I will topple this old man. Oh yeah, it was 3 the better choice. Rip. I went for number 1. Oof, yeah. Which means I'll have the same influence he does over the assembly. I can sway them as you like. But that is not all, Mr. President. Don't forget that I have something that gives you an edge over this man in archaic ways. A powerful tool. Control over the media. I can give you power over both the assembly and the Swordish public. Basically a guaranteed win. You could never, ever hope to beat this offer, you little snake. You're 20 years early to be head of the Lothberg group. I made the group what it is. Perhaps, but Marcel has a point. What is the decision, Mr. President? Yeah. What's it going to be? Marcel leans forward with anticipation. What, Marcel? You share the equally distribute between the two of you. I'm sick of these shenanigans. You'll have to make a small load of shares when you enter the marketplace. Obviously, Walt was offering us personal wealth, but I think Marcel. I do think Caronti. Honestly, that's where I learnt before. The shares will go to Marcel. I think Marcel. I'm going to wait for... I'm going to give it a minute to see if Philip comes back. But I think Marcel. Insider trading, Marcel, he'll get a good amount of money. He'll top up Walter Tusk. Because I didn't like Walter Tusk from the beginning. He insulted us at the beginning of the game. So we'll see how that goes. Two of you, insider trading. I'm here. Philip, yes! I want to go Marcel Caronti. What's your opinion, sir? That's what I'm thinking. Marcel Caronti. I don't need the personal wealth. But I think Marcel Caronti can assist us. Obviously, he has control in the media. If he truly does have the power to get rid of Walter Tusk and cause him to not be an issue, it's just the ultimate screw you to both of them. Oh, really? I guess they both played their cards right, that they hate each other, and I was like, alright, you're equal. It's funny. Okay. But see, it's funny, but what is the best outcome? The people of Swordland. And us, kind of, you know. At the end of the day, we're going to be doing insider training anyway. Because we're going to pick one of these because we need it for the economy, but which will it be? I don't know if I agree that 3 is a screw to both of them. Honestly, though, I want your opinion on this as well. I want both of your opinions. So, your opinion, Robo, is which one? Sorry, I'll just reread it. So, Jace is saying he thinks number 3, the shares will be distributed between the two of you. Do 1 or 4 based on how you want to be. Don't give it to Walter. Okay, I wouldn't give it to Walter anyway. So yeah, basically, Philip, I don't want to give it to Walter because I haven't liked him throughout the game. Okay, you don't have to be anti-corruption, please, so you can do insider trading, but it is a form of corruption. Okay. 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 Don't have the anti-corruption place, so you can do insider trading, but it is a form of corruption. Will that come to bite us later on? Do you think so? But then we haven't done anything corrupt yet. That's the big thing. I haven't done any corruption. So there's no point in me doing any corruption. Actually, that's a great point. Our entire playthrough has been me not getting corrupted and not being willing to accept these bribes. I haven't accepted even any bribes. Even at the beginning of the game, I didn't accept any bribes. I haven't stood for it at all. Look at these shenanigans. You'll have to squabble over the shares when they enter the market just like everyone else. But then I also don't want to annoy Caronti, Marcel Caronti, because he's already gone and basically said, hey, I have the media. So I'm not going to give a choice here. It's up to you. Ah! I'm debating. I'm debating heavily on this one. You know what? I'm sorry, I know this is going to sound really stupid. Are these guys oligarchs or are they not? They're just the spokespeople for the companies. They're not the actual oligarchs, are they? No, it is them. Oh, okay. I was having a brief look as to who the internet thinks is better, but I didn't really understand what it was saying. It was in very technical jargon. I would never look anything like that. They are oligarchs. Okay. Then it's not necessarily the FU you want it to be, but then maybe number 3 really is the way to go. Equally distributed between the two of you. At least they both then get the opportunity. And we're not necessarily saying to one, hey, you for the pit. It's kind of been like, all right, here's a bit between the two of you. I guess it's kind of that middle ground, right? Corruption squad, do 4 state champion of people. Help the oligarchs, go to the vote. No, it's them. It is them. Right, I'm thinking number 3. Because I know we're like champion of the people, champion of anti-corruption, but we need to do a bit. I know. But if they are oligarchs, yeah, see, that's where the debaters come in now, Jace. Is if they are oligarchs, I thought they weren't for a second. If they weren't, but if they are oligarchs, that does change it a little bit. What do you think, Jace? Number 3? Philip, all right. I'm thinking of number 3. This is what I'm solid on. Philip, Jace, do I have your agreement on number 3, gentlemen? That this will be my decision going forward. Number 3. I'm assuming the plus is 4. Oh, I nearly pulled my headset off. Ah, the plus is yes, go for it. Okay, cool. So number 3, Jace, it's all on you. Are you happy with it? My fingers trembling over the 3. My fingers trembling. I also realised I don't have to use my keyboard. My mouse, sorry, at all for this. I can just use my keyboard. Don't press him. That's a yes from him. Is it a yes from you, Jace? Dun-dun. 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 I see a big thumbs up. That means yes. The shares will be equally split between of you. I see. So you decided not to pick a side. Although I would have preferred you to pick me. I respect that. God, my response time sucks. Swoter. That means yes. Plus Swoter. Star Wars game, isn't it? Yes. Okay, I was thinking that. Oh yeah. Well, yeah, you can pick either side. That's game's been around a while now. Jeez, great game though. Likewise, no complaints here. Very well. Here's the paperwork. Lucian puts a stack of papers in front of Marcel and Mortars. He points to various sections and pages in the stack of papers. You'd sign here, here, and here. As the papers were signed, Marcel and Mortars stood up. We have a very busy schedule. I'll take my leave now. See you later, President. I'll take my leave as well. The two men packed their belongings and left the meeting room. Okay, so picking number 3 by not picking a side, they both end up respecting you for making that decision. Okay. Okay. The Kingdom of Rumburg. Uh-oh. Rumburg has informed us about an escaped whistleblower heading to Swordland. They've prematurely requested the extradition of any whistleblowers from Rumburg if they are to be found. Charleston Hailstone, the said whistleblower, is reported to possess highly sensitive information about a covert weapons program. Queen Beatrix Livingston's administration had demanded the immediate return of Hailstone, considering his defection as a breach of trust between the two nations. Ooh. Oh god, I bet if we don't return them, this is going to lead to war. This will be their excuse, isn't it? I know. I already have a rough idea that they want to assembly vote on constitutional changes. It's here, ladies and gentlemen. No, 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 it's the Queen! Rule pretend. Drive-by shooting, Arvery, privatization of Swordfish State Corporation and Eden Mining Group. Reign determined to end recession. CSP criticizes Rumburg Arcasia. Panic! Ah! It's the Queen! Is Rumburg meant to be the UK, by the way? I can't tell by its policies. One thing before you do the vote. Yep. I await you, sir. Let me know. What do I need to do, Philip, before the vote? Kiss your bum goodbye. Okay, UK-Russia mix. Okay. Rumburg's huge, man. Swordland is teeny in comparison to that monster. Normally you would have gotten a meeting with the two blood leaders and you did not get that, and... Oh, is that not a good sign? But we were very pro-blued. Oh, what's funny? Oh god. I mean, you would have discussed the Article 6 changes if you wanted to go through with them or not. I wonder if that's what we do now, potentially, or no, not really. Rumburg. Scissors. Oh, the scissors we used. Ceremonial scissors. Huh. I find it interesting that I forgot that until Jace pointed out that this is actually a map with our own little bits on. Maybe I was against them in the campaign finance bill earlier. In Rizio, you're very good terms with Rumburg. They're basically your best ally as your wife is Rumish. Oh, fair enough. A daughter of the Queen. Fair. Yeah, maybe I messed up on that front. Maybe I'm in trouble. Well, since I have no other options, let's get in there. Pleasure driving me towards the Grand National Assembly for today's historic vote. It was a big day. I wondered whether my attempt at changing the constitution would end any differently than Alfonso's. I looked out the window at the noise of the city diminished and saw that they were already inside the palace complex. The complex housed the buildings of all government branches in the centre of Holsword. It was one of the biggest developments in Swordland. The ruined palace stood on a small hilltop surrounded by trees. We passed by the palace and entered the forest that separated it from the Grand National Assembly. It's time to face music. We drove to a small road that wound through the forest. It was a warm day, so I rolled down the window. I could hear birds singing from the trees. Are you okay back there, sir? Hey, Serge, I'm okay. How are you doing? As good as can be, sir. Serge made a left turn out of the forest and entered the vast garden area of the assembly. I know Mr. Tarquin's soul came to Holsword this morning. I got on this meeting and you did not. Perhaps he was playing Wi-Fi. I found your streams earlier, but really it does not matter. Okay, I'm worried. There's some politicians talking about it today. Apparently, this is the first time he's come to the city in the last 5 years. I thought he left the mainland and lived on Dura Island, never to return to politics. They're saying he might be here to exercise his Member of Honour's rights for the first time. But what? Who's talking about this? I've heard several men talking about it by the guardians of the assembly, sir. I'm not sure who they were. I was going to say, Tarquin's soul does not sound good. He's got very special powers and he's loved, isn't he? There could be rumours, of course. Do you think he's here because of today's vote? Yes, Serge. Most likely. Well, I'm sure he will support you, sir. It's Daddy Sol! Scared. We'll learn soon enough. Serge drove inside the gates of the parkway and parked the car. We've arrived, sir. Thank you, Serge. Of course, sir. Good luck with the vote. I walked up the white stone stairs of the Grand National Assembly, trying to look like the temple gates of the classic era. The door opened to reveal vast corridors of wood and white stone. I joined the crowd of people who were walking slowly towards the parliamentary hall. Suddenly I noticed Lucian emerge from the crowd of packed politicians in front of me. He looked relieved when he saw me. Ah, sir, there you are. Have you seen Vice President Vector? He's nowhere to be found. I just arrived here, Lucian. I hope Mr. Vector arrives soon too. At any rate, how about yourself? Are you ready to finally face the assembly, sir? Lucian, I've just heard something worrying from Serge. We'll address that later, sir. Come, we must go inside. We followed the crowd into the parliamentary hall. After we were inside, Lucian and I separated to take our assigned seats. I went up to the mezzanine overlooking the hall and sat down. I waited as the MPs took their places inside the hall one by one. After a while, I saw Gloria walk to an elevated seat in the centre of the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We will shortly begin today's agenda of the USP's proposed changes in the Constitution of Swordland. After a short while, everyone was in their seats. According to the current Constitution, constitutional amendments require a 2/3 majority in order to reach Assembly approval. If the vote succeeds, the proposal will be sent to the Supreme Court. The proposal in question includes these points. I started reading the proposal to the Assembly. The first section changes Article 57 modified with the following. She continues reading the proposal, highlighting each section. Section 2, paragraph 86, she went on. May not exercise his right to, and on. The Justice Supreme Court. Most of the MPs seemed like they were already falling asleep. Simple majority is considered. The seat was really hurting my back. Section 4, paragraph 44A. When an eternity had passed, finally she finished reading the changes. I hereby invite all of you to vote. She struck her gavel down. The loud bang made some MPs jump up in shock as they woke up from their deep sleep. As I previously stated, it will require a 2/3 majority in order to pass. You may now cast your votes. I felt the need to stand up and stretch. I looked down the hall and from the platform I was seated on. Some of the Assembly members immediately walked to the ballot box to cast their votes. Most of them, however, began to congregate in groups around the hall, discussing the changes. Go back down the hall where the MPs are, sit back down and keep watching. For democracy! This is Democracy Manifest! A succulent meal? Sorry. If that's an option at any point, that even sounds something like that, I will go for it. Why are you very worried? Why are you very worried? I don't like that you're very worried, Napoleon. Gentlemen, for democracy, or is that very inappropriate right now? Oh, I feel like 1 or 3. 1 or 3. For democracy. Will this start like kind of a freak show of everyone screaming up? Or should I go down the halls to where the MPs are? Actually, to be fair, probably number 1 is better than screaming at them. Can you imagine? Your choice. Even I can't predict votes. I always just go right to this part. Don't scream democracy. Okay, that's a fair point. I was thinking that's probably not a good choice. Your choice. I'll go down the hall to where the MPs are. As soon as I reach the bottom of the stairs, Zoe Kibiner approached me. Mr. President, how are you feeling about the vote? Very positive. Even knowing you don't have our support, how optimistic of you. Lots of respect to you, Mr. Rome. So many problems in Swordland that must be addressed, and yet you insist on stalling us with your democratic reforms. I know you will fail, you'll lose the game, and so will your entire administration. I hope to be there when it happens. Keep open, Mr. Kibiner. He laughed. He abruptly turned away from me and walked towards his seat. I remember, I was actually quite sad when he passed away. Well, my friend brought it up and I was like, oh no! He was a very good meme. Yeah, literally a minority. Then I saw Lucian waving at me. He was among a group of people in the corner of the hall. I walked to him. On my way, I bumped into the man soon late. Mr. President, I'm sorry I didn't see you there. Wish you good luck with the vote. Today's a big day for you, after all. It's a big day for all of us. Most of the independents will be voting yes, Mr. President. Even though we feel it doesn't address the issues we care about the most, it's still a step in the right direction. I have to say, we were disappointed when we first read the proposal. We've done our best, Mr. Lee. I'm sorry it disappointed you. Okay. We've done our best, Mr. Leek. I hope you don't ignore leadership rights as well, Mr. President. I've got to go cast my vote. He shook my hand and walked away. I finally reached Lucian, and now, deep in conversation with another member of our party, he excused himself and turned towards me. Sir, did you vote yet? We have to be quick. No. Let's vote. I signed my vote and prepared the envelope. Together, Lucian and I walked to the centre of the hall to cast our votes. He kept rushing me through the process. Gloria bowed her head slightly in respect as she saw us vote. Lucian pulled on my arm and whispered in my ear, Mr. President, we may have a problem. Tarquin Sol is here. What should we do? You have to accelerate the voting process. We need everybody to vote as soon as possible. We don't know what he's capable of right now. If assembly members see him, we might influence them against our proposal. What? Should I talk to him? Maybe he's here to support me? Ooh. How do we get people to vote quicker, though? Should I talk to him? I would advise against that right now. The assembly must focus on the vote. Any confrontation with the two of you would draw their attention away. Sol, shit. I never asked you to support just one of the reflection of USB or just one of them? Both? Okay, I couldn't remember. I think it was both, but I'm not sure. I'm not going to shout at the assembly. Let's go back to our seats. Any noise will distract everyone further. Go and ask Gloria to speed up voting. I think one. Are we good with one to just sit in our seats? Because I feel like if we start being like, hey, hurry up, it's not going to go well. This is a big moment. People need to make their decisions. But who knows? Maybe Tarquin Sol is here to support us. He really likes you. Calvin is on board and concessions were made to Gloria. Yes. Two. Okay. That's Gloria to speed of voting. Banging the gavel several times, the echo sounds across the room. Ladies and gentlemen of the assembly, you will soon begin counting. Please cast your votes if you haven't already. Listening all definitely increased. The group dispersed and MPs began lining up at the ballot box. Suddenly, Lucian pulls me aside. Sir, what do we do? I wanted back to the assembly near one of the exits. I see Tarquin Sol sitting there. Let's be honest, Sol ain't here to play games. He had to be against this. Yeah, that's fair. He looked much older than he had 5 years ago, but I could tell he was the same fire in him. Some MPs had already gathered around him and were chatting in awe. The assembly gradually went quiet as people started to notice Sol's presence in the hall. I'll go talk to him, let him be. We have to make sure he doesn't sabotage anything. What should we do? 3 or 1? The dictator is back, literally. 3 or 1? 3 or 1? But then if we go talk to her, it's going to cause an argument, isn't it? I know we've heard people along, but... I'm debating now. I'm going to be like, Daddy Sol, oh my god, my face. Your choice. Just make sure he doesn't sabotage anything. You should refrain from giving him the spotlight he expects. Maybe you can address him after the vote. Okay. As I was talking to Lucian, I spotted Kazari Kibana walk into the back of the hall towards Tarquin Sol. He bowed in front of Sol and gave him a military salute. Seeing this, more people started to approach him. Suddenly, Gloria came behind us. Gentlemen, why don't you go back to your seats? Let's follow the procedure. Oh, by the way, we have 251 members today. As you can see, the member of honour is here. He's already cast his vote. Has he now? So, Miss Tori, how many votes are missing? Only a few. Uh-oh. Albin Clavin and 3 other men approached us with envelopes in their hand. And these must be them. Good day to you, gentlemen. Madam Speaker. Good day, Mr. Clavin. Sorry to take so long, Mr. President. There was a friend who needed more clarification for his vote. Just as the men behind him. Let's get this over with, gentlemen. We went ahead and cast their votes. Let's win this, Mr. President. Get into his seat with a fist in the air. Now, why don't you get back to your seats as well? Very well, shall we? We both went back to our seats. When I returned back to the mezzanine, I saw Peter sitting in his chair next to mine. Peter, how are you doing? Usual. He looks at Gloria and she asks her assistants counted the votes. The speaker's seat was only a few meters away from our platform. I really hope this proposal goes through. Solitaire. What? Back of the hall. He's at the back of the hall. He's here to show everyone he's still alive. Maybe he's make a statement. Hope he doesn't sabotage the vote. Fuck. Try to get Gloria's attention by waving at her. How many votes left? Looks to Peter. She looked annoyed. Looking pretty good. 20 more votes to count. Peter turned to me. Thank God. We're going to get this. Come on. Peter looks uneasy. He pointed where Friends Richter was sitting. Looked at Friends over there. I'm sure he was behind this mess. We shouldn't have trusted him. It's not over yet, Peter. Don't jump to conclusions. Well, a single bang from Gloria's gavel reverberated across the hall. Everyone fell silent. The voting has been concluded. I leaned forward to hear the results. The proposal has 225 A's and 26 nays. A historic result! Yes! Thereby, the Grand National Assembly has surpassed the 2/3 majority and accepted the changes to the Constitution. The proposal will be presented to the Supreme Court shortly for the final voting procedure. We have passed the Assembly, ladies and gentlemen. We have passed the Assembly. Now to get it through the Supreme Court. Majority win is good. I've had your result. Won by 1 vote. Lost by 1 vote. Also, congrats. Thank you so much. That is huge. Oh my God. I didn't expect to win in such a, landslide. I mean, wow. Wow, wow, wow. I'll take that. Yes! Kiss me, Peter! Yeah, I can imagine the Supreme Court is significantly worse. Because obviously they've got 5 old guard in there, so we're going to have to be careful unless we get all 6 of the the 2 other groups in, the 3 of each. We're going to be struggling. See if we can get any old guard to turn, but I doubt it. Oh yeah, we did it. Thanks for your hard work, Peter. It's just the beginning. Not so fast, we have the court to pass. Looks like from his seat next to him. Yeah, think that. Woo! Yeah, let's go! Woo! Right, back to it. The MPs kept shouting in the hall. Amongst them, I heard Friends Richter's voice. I want to congratulate the members of the Assembly and the President for finally passing changes to our dusty old constitution. I also want to thank members of the United Swordsman Party for working with our party. I invite the Supreme Court to do the right thing by not ignoring the decision of a Grand National Assembly that was elected by the Swordish people. Loud applause came from the PFJP seats. Suddenly, I noticed Tarquin Sol slowly rising from his seat at the back. He seemed to be struggling and used his cane for help. I was going to say, what about Sol? He stood and gazed around the assembly hall for all the members of the Grand National Assembly went silent. Oh, do we call out to him now that it's over? You failed, Sol! We want to take away his moment, right? Or at least have control of it as much as possible. Should we call out to him? Just watch? Oh, I don't want to gloat at all. Don't gloat. I don't want to gloat at all. Be nice. Yeah, I'm not going to mess with Tarquin Sol. He's got far too much respect for us to do that. He walked out the exit. 2 of his guards held the door for him. Thank God he didn't do anything. In any case, the proposal has passed the Assembly, but now we have to think about the Supreme Court. Oh, thank God. I'll talk about the key figures. The court will be fine. I have complete trust in you. The proposal reached 2/3 majority Grand National Assembly. Woo, 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 woo. After I talked with Peter about the vote, we both left the hall to discuss our next steps. Wait for the surge by the entrance. Oh, we won. Tarquin Sol is basically a no mess with man. He can straight up kill runs. Fair enough. Oh, constitutional changes passed by the Assembly. Richter congratulates President. New constitution passes the Assembly. Oh my God. Achievement by losing by 1 vote. I think there's also by winning 1. Something like that. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. God. Oh! We did it! Meeting the results of the assembly vote. Yeah, come on, we got a meeting. Lucian, Peter, and I convened on the massive balcony of the palace. It was nice to catch a breeze in the increasing summer heat. Both had grins on their faces, but Peter's got larger as he kept recounting our success in the assembly. Fellas, the first obstacle has been cleared. Congratulations to all of us. Thank you again for your hard work, Peter. I know obviously we're thinking of the court, but still. Want to big up our friend. There was nothing, Anton. It's mostly you. Peter leaned on the balcony railing. Yeah, my run was a win like 100 votes. Nice. What about Tarquin Sol? Did you see him again? As far as I know, he's still staying in Whole Sword, but hasn't cared to pay his respects to President Rain yet. What the hell was he about yet anyway? Him appearing out of nowhere. He's not a threat to us, we've spoken to us at hand. He came to the assembly to make a statement, but we still won the vote. During the constitutional vote, I think it's perfectly normal. He's come for this. What do you think his real intention? What do you think was his real intention? He wished to intimidate the assembly into rejecting our proposal, sir. It seems to have failed, but we can't be sure. He might be here to work with the court. As long as he's around, he will always have influence over the republic he's built. We should have seen this coming. He has no authority anymore. Well, the laws protect him from almost anything and allow him to be a member of the assembly. He can still propose bills and vote for them. That's proper authority, if you ask me. When you're the founder of this system, you don't need to be sitting in the president's office to have power. He just joined the constitutional vote. I think it's perfectly normal that he's done this, so he's saying he has more authority than me. Lucian's right, he's showcased his power at the vote. We must be careful. Indeed. With him around, we need to be extra careful. We cannot let the party slip from our grasp. Cabinet meeting to discuss the situation. Organise a cabinet meeting to discuss the situation. Of course, sir. I'll take necessary arrangements. Let's talk about our next steps. Yeah, we have the first hurdle cleared, but we have the Council of Grumpy Old Men in our I have to say, that's a fitting description for the court, but unfortunately for us, there are more than that. They're our largest obstacle yet. Also, you're forgetting about Miss Edmonds. Not all grumpy old men. Miss Morgana too. The real trouble is that Big Daddy Hawk. We can't let him control the court against. I really like that one. I'm sorry. I don't know how it ruins the run. I love that reply. Big Daddy Hawker. We surely cannot. We need to work with Miss Garci and Miss Edmonds. Mr. Garassi and Miss Edmonds to undermine also. Miss Morgana also... Miss Morgana has been helping out with the lobbying of the court. She's been speaking with Miss Edmonds, and we believe she's our key figure on the inside. Our lobbying efforts are continuing positively, but they have yet to yield concrete results. But we ultimately to Miss Morgana, and you to persuade the justices, sir. And we already have Nia on the court. Nia inside the court. That's 1 vote out of 11. Please let's find more. Well, Nia's the ears of Justice, Dalton, and Merton. We can assume we have their support as well. So it gives us 3 votes to start. Not trying to be pessimistic, but Miss Morgana cannot do this alone. Let's not forget about Mr. Hawker and his loyalists. We'll need to reach out to the Old Guard and the moderates in order to reach 6 votes. If the Old Guard is against us, how do we even get 6 votes? By convincing all the other justices, every single one. Very good saying I like from Atticus and TCAM. Yes, what with the WPA? He responds 9 old men. That's a great description of the court. We cannot get Miss Edmonds centrist. If we cannot get Miss Edmonds centrist, we will have no choice but to reach out to the Old Guard. I'm sure the assembly vote must count for something. I mean, it passed by 90%, for God's sake. 0! We passed the assembly vote like 126 to like... whatever it was, 125 to like 26? 0! Yeah, we went... Yeah, we massively passed. What was it? It was like 125 to 26 or something. We smashed it 0. Oh my god. And we've gained a new friend, another fan of the game, Philip, a new advisor. So I now have a devil on this shoulder, a devil on this shoulder, and a devil on him. Oh, 221 to 26. I was going to say, National Front Party must have voted for us. Crazy. I'm sure the assembly vote must account for something. I mean, it passed 90%, for God's sake. They wouldn't dare reject such a popular proposal. It's indeed a historic vote. 1 second, it'll say it here, won't it? Turn 7. 225 A's to 26 nays. There it is. 225 A's to 26 nays. There are 251 votes. Okay. Yeah, 225 to 26. Pull up the court. Oh yeah. Second. Where's that under? No. Oh, there we are. USP 130, PJFTG. So yeah, we would have had to have physically has to have had the NFP vote for us, and there would have been a good chunk of them as well. And that's not. Oh yeah, there's 251 votes. That's including Tarkman Soul. So only. Oh, the court. What this? Supreme Court. There we go. Yeah, this whole stream's been Suzerain, I'm afraid, and it's been going for 4 hours. So you have missed a few bits. I don't think anything crazy, but there have been bits missed, admittedly, yeah. Sorry about that, bud. But it's been a really good stream. Now we've got it passed by the Assembly, we have to deal with these old farts. Hawker, also Hawker. Damn, I've been napping, don't worry. We'll get there, But we're working hard, we're on it. Is instead all good. It's got to be vodka. Oh, yes, so this will end up on YouTube afterwards as well, okay? And the moment I'm done with this stream, I'm going to upload it straight away. So that might take an hour or so, because it's already a 4-hour video, but it'll be out immediately, okay? I'm probably going to end soon, because it's nearly 1 AM for me, and I have some work to do tomorrow. I'm not actually going to work, but I have some bits to do. I mean, an Elroy 30-year-old. Autocorrect is wild, literally. Lead historic vote. President has accomplished something even Tarkman's solid trouble with. But this may be something the court sees as the ultimate threat. I won't be so relaxed. We never expected this to be easy, nothing could change. Don't worry, I'll just convince them. Justice fails at this stage until people will see them for who they really are. I won't be so sure, sir. They control more than the court, as you know. And the average citizen has no interest in such matters. It probably won't be very helpful. In any case, we should start with our best bet. I already asked Nia to arrange a meeting with Miss Edmonds. He's willing to speak with you. So next stream UK time, we're probably going to be looking anywhere from 3 to 5 o'clock starting. But that's not necessarily. I know I like to give Suzerain the respect it deserves by having a day off after, or day out of. Now, technically. Not sure if I'm going to play it again tonight, because obviously it's morning now. I'm not sure if I'll play it tonight. Again. Best thing I'd say to do, if it's okay with you, there's a link to my Discord in my bio. I don't post a schedule on here. I normally say what I'm going to be playing that night. And I always give a heads up for Suzerain because obviously it's a game where if you're involved, you need to be around. So I'll put posts out for Suzerain in that chat, okay? That's the same for anyone who's watching this on YouTube after everything about this. Oh, he's in it? Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Welcome to the Discord. Let me just sort this. She's willing to speak with you. That's a good start. She's willing to talk. She's willing to cooperate. I'm sure you'll convince her. Lucian suddenly turned around and pointed aside an interest in the balcony. Look who's coming. His friend's Richter. He slowly walked up with us and a smile on his face. Afternoon, gentlemen. How are you all doing? Afternoon, Mr. Richter. Doing good friends. Enjoying the victory at the assembly. Busy as always. Mr. Richter, how about you? When you're coming out, I would have planned a barbecue or something. Busy as always, Mr. Richter, how about you? Same goes for me, Mr. President. These are some busy days indeed. Especially after the mutual victory. We should thank you for your efforts, Mr. Richter. You have tremendous assistance. Ben's bowed his head slightly in response. I'm looking forward to having so many more cooperations between us and victories. I wish you good luck with the Supreme Court. I've conversed with Morgner and Justice Zizek. We have at least 3 justices supporting the proposal. We must be united if we want to break them. We must also be seen as united more than ever. Therefore, I'd like to propose a proper alliance for the next elections. A more in-depth collaboration throughout the rest of the current term. Not that, not news. That's that. It's worth it doing this, isn't it? We need a proper alliance. because we've built up such a rapport with him. We have 130 in ours, we have 70 in his. That automatically gives us a significant majority. Obviously, the NFP and the independents, they can go either way then. I think a coalition government is a good idea because obviously our not just your opinion, Jace. I want to get Zeros and Phillips, but I think no, I think yes. That's what I've been waiting for. We need a proper alliance. I'd love to accept such a proposal, Mr. Richter. An alliance with the main opposition is too big of a deal. I'm afraid that's not an option. I'm glad we're able to work together on the new constitution. That's the extent of our collaboration. I'd say one. That's what I've been waiting for, a proper alliance. Zero's agreed. Robo's agreed. I've agreed. Philip, are you with us, sir? If you think it's a good idea, then do it. We're all in agreement. I think I know what Zero's going to say. Never mind. I think we're all in agreed. We're waiting for. We need a proper alliance. That it would surely put pressure on the old guard. Such a grand coalition has never happened in Swordland before. We should show people in our parties can work together. That civility and cooperation is possible. You surprised us. It would surely have a great symbolic meaning, especially if we can change the constitution. I reach out to you about it. We should start organising and announce it as soon as possible. French reached down in his pocket, fumbled with a handkerchief and wiped the sweat of his forehead. Anyway, I'll leave you free to it. We should catch up soon. I'd rather get back inside now. That's getting intense. Oh, you absolutely hate friends. Walked back door and left the balcony. Well, that was interesting. So he seriously joined about forces with the PFJP, huh? Yes, all needs experience and democracy. I believe it will only benefit from our position. We'll dive in for now, we'll cooperate. Yes, all needs experience and democracy. Coalition government can make things much more difficult for us, though. Peter is not entirely wrong. Entirely? What's that supposed to mean? There's nothing wrong. Coalition government with the PFJP can mean a lot of things, but one thing's for sure. Once Mr. Richter enters our government, it'll be hard to get him to leave. Yeah, it's very OP. I did it for my run. OP until election. Be careful, sir. He shouldn't look at his watch. I think it's time to conclude our little meeting, sir. There was a tap on my shoulder. Olivia Suno had joined us on the balcony. I don't trust Suno. Not an introduction, gentlemen. Mr. President, David Wishy is calling about the upcoming foreign policy meeting. Perfect timing. Tell him I'll be right there. Yeah, so what is it? Would it be the case of if he got that power, he would kind of snap the election? I mean, this is the thing. This is my personal opinion. If he was to win the election, so be it. So be it. I know that's not the point of the game, but our entire point of our playthrough is that we're going to help our country. That's our main point, right? Our entire aim is to help our people. And if it ends up with me losing power but leading the country in the right direction, so be it. So we'll go from there and see how it goes. Now, if it is bad, it's bad, so be it. But we'll see what we can do. Turn to leave the balcony, then back to us. Congratulations on the victory, Mr. Rain, Peter. She looked Peter in the eyes as she said this and ignored Lucian altogether. Peter's eyes followed her as she walked out. You get more electoral votes in the end as long as France serves with you in your government. Okay. It's pretty hot out here. Personally, I prefer turning the USP into a social democratic party, and that's not something I can do with Richter. Okay. Okay, let's call it finished. You may both go. I need a drink. I can do with that if you want. I'll try and finish with the arrangements, of course. Of course, when you're done, we'll go over to a nice whiskey. Not today, Peter. No. My mouth's already watering. Now, I might have just made a really bad choice there, but I want to go for a drink with Peter, our good friend. I feel like if we're with him, he can't do anything stupid. They both left. I was going to say, Peter's our good friend. Right, I think now, invitation to movie premiere, read the report, one bug, whistleblower arise. I know he's great with drinks. So I'm really sorry to say it, Zero, for you just arriving, but I'm going to wrap up this stream for now. I'm just going to quickly do my goodbyes to YouTube, and then I'm going to say my goodbyes to you guys. So for YouTube, thank you so much for watching this episode. I will be catching you soon with the next part, but we managed to win the election. Well, not the election, the vote. The assembly. God, my brain is addled at 1 a.m. For you have a good one, and I'll catch you soon in the next part. Bye for now.